Chapter 53. Since he had decided to leave this place, an accurate map was essential. So before that, whether he was willing or not, he had to make a trip to Green Cloud Market. The next morning, Lu Ye's figure appeared in the Tianji Business Alliance. According to what Lu Rian had said before her death, she had accidentally met Lu Yi when he went to the Business Alliance for the second time to make a deal. It just so happened that she was familiar with the person called Lu Quan, and through Lu Quan, she had inquired about the contents of the deal. At that time, Lu Rian had guessed that Lu Yi had a rich vein of ore in his hands and had evil thoughts. In the end, she could not suppress the greed in her heart and contacted the fair-skinned man, telling him to be ready at any time. After that, Lu Rian had been paying attention every day. It was not until Lu Yi went to the Business Alliance for the third time and made an even bigger deal that she made up her mind that the fair-skinned man chased after her. Lu Rian was afraid that the fair-skinned man would take all the benefits for himself, so not long after Lu Yi left, she took a leave of absence and followed him all the way here. Who would have thought that she would see the scene of Lu Yi killing the fair-skinned man with his own hands? In the end, she also lost her life. It was impossible for Lu Rian to lie in the state before her death, so no one should know if she was alive or dead in the short term. For the time being, he was safe, which was why Lu Yi hurried to the Business Alliance. He had been selling magnetic ores bit by bit, afraid that he would attract the attention of others. Every time he sold them, he would only sell them to meet his needs for cultivation for a short period of time. Now that he had decided to leave this place, there was no need to worry so much. He would first obtain a map to determine the location of the Blue Blood Sex Station. An hour later, in a compartment, Lu Yi was drinking tea until he was full. A middle-aged man politely handed a palm-sized white jade disc to Lu Yi, along with 2 bottles of 18 yun spirit pills, 3 bottles of 15 healing pills, and more than 10 spirit stones. This time, Lu Yi had sold 12 pieces of magnetic ores in one go. He had obtained more than 600 spirit stones. In the outer circle of the battlefield, this was undoubtedly a big deal, worthy of the middle-aged man's courteous treatment of Lu Yi. The facts proved that, if it weren't for some coincidences, doing business in the Tianji Business Alliance was very safe. Lu Yi had come here 4 times, and each time, he dealt with a different person. Unless he took out too many goods like this time, it was very difficult to be targeted. Of course, being targeted was also because Lu Ye's strength wasn't high enough. If he was a 4th or 5th order spirit stream cultivator, then Lu Rian wouldn't dare to be disloyal no matter what. After the transaction was completed, the middle-aged man walked Lu Yi to the door and gave him a name card. He told Lu Yi that if he wanted to sell anything in the future, he could contact him in advance and he would definitely give him a good price. This was a treatment that Lu Yi had not received in the previous 3 times. Regarding this, Lu Yi naturally agreed. After leaving the Tianji Business Alliance, Lu Yi exchanged all the spirit stones for food and some daily necessities. Spirit stones were not of much use to him. He might have to travel a long distance on this trip, and he would have to spend some time in the open. Some daily necessities were essential. Fortunately, he had enough storage pouches, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough space. After this transaction, the number of profound spirit pills in Lu Ye's hands increased to 111, and he also had 22 healing pills. However, he only had 14 pieces of yuan magnetic ore left. Originally, he thought that the yuan magnetic ore in his hands would be enough for him to use for a long time, and he might even be able to cultivate to the 9th order spirit stream realm. But now, it seemed that these things were not enough at all. He had to hurry back to the Blue Blood Sex Station as soon as possible. Only by returning to the sex station would he be safe. Half a day later, Lu Yi returned to the cave where he was staying and took out the white jade disc. This was the map of the Spirit Stream battlefield. It included the distribution of the bases of the various great forces on the battlefield, as well as the terrain of the battlefield itself, as well as some dangerous places. However, when he remembered that this thing was worth 600 spirit stones, Lu Ye's heart ached. He had not spent 600 spirit stones since he started cultivating, but in order to return to the sex station, this was the price he had to pay. The only thing that comforted him was that this thing could be updated at the Tianji Business Alliance's sub-union at any time, so it would never be out of date. Holding the white jade disc with both hands, Lu Yi poured his spirit energy into it. Immediately, a soft light flowed out of the disc, forming a halo on its surface. The halo twisted and changed, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a map. What surprised Lu Yi was that this was not a flat map, but a three-dimensional map. He saw that there were many undulating mountain ranges on the map, and the height of each mountain range was different. Somewhere on the map, there was a flickering dot of light. Lu Yi shifted his gaze to that spot, and the dot of light did not change. However, when he focused his spirit energy on the dot of light, the area it covered was immediately enlarged. With the influx of spirit energy, the map continued to enlarge. However, the disk was only so big, so as the map was enlarged, the area it could cover gradually decreased. Finally, the map was enlarged to its limit, and Lu Yi saw that the dot of light was located in an undulating mountain range. The mountain range was labeled as Azure Cloud Mountain. Looking around, there was a place labeled as Azure Cloud Market Number 3. Lu Yi immediately understood that the dot of light was his current location, and Azure Cloud Market Number 3 was the market he frequented. In addition to this market, there were also Azure Cloud Market Number 1, Azure Cloud Market Number 2, and all the way to Lu Ye's location. In other words, there were a total of 6 markets in the entire periphery of Azure Cloud Mountain. After playing with it for a while, Lu Yi gradually figured out how to use this map. He began to look for the location of the Jade Blood sect while secretly praying that he was not too far away from the sect's encampment. If he was too far away, he did not know how long it would take for him to return. The Jade Blood sect was a 9th grade sect, so its encampment was naturally in the periphery, which reduced the difficulty of searching. Lu Yi searched little by little, his gaze sweeping over one name after another. At one point, he almost thought that he had found the words Jade Blood sect, but when he looked carefully, it was Jade Heart sect, which made him angry. After half a circle, Lu Yi still hadn't found the Jade Blood sect, but his nervous mood relaxed, because this meant that the situation couldn't be any worse. After a while, he still did not find it, but Lu Ye's mood became happy because this meant that he was not too far away from the Jade Blood sect. Finally, Lu Ye's gaze fixed on a certain location on the map, where there were 3 large words. It was the Jade Blood sect he had been looking for. Found it. After calming down a little, Lu Yi shrank the map and compared the location between himself and the Jade Blood sect. His current location was a little to the west of the map, while the Blue Blood sect's location was a little to the west of the map. In other words, if he wanted to go to the Jade Blood sect's encampment, he would have to go west and cross a quarter of the entire battlefield. The situation was not bad, but it was still acceptable. Chapter 54. While searching for the Jade Blood sect's encampment, Lu Yi noticed that the words on the map were divided into 4 colors: red, yellow, blue, and white. Green Cloud Market 3 was marked in yellow, while the Jade Blood sect was marked in blue. From the looks of it, the areas marked in blue should be the Grand Heaven Alliance's camp, the red was the Myriad Demons Ridge, and the yellow was the neutral area. As for the white, Lu Yi guessed that it was an unclaimed land. Most of the mountains and rivers were marked in white. Looking at the entire map, the red and blue words were interspersed with each other in an intricate manner. If the map was compared to a chessboard, the red and blue marks were the chess pieces of the 2 camps. Many years of conflict and entanglement had turned the chess pieces of the 2 camps into 2 large dragons on the chessboard, strangling each other. Lu Yi had not really integrated into the battlefield yet, but from the positions of the chess pieces on the map, he could feel the danger of this camp war. However, the general situation of the world had nothing to do with him for the time being. He was just a nameless cultivator in the second layer of the spirit stream realm. Right now, he only wanted to hurry to the Jade Blood Sect's encampment. Lu Yi carefully plotted his route and slowly came up with a plan. The light at the entrance of the cave dimmed. Lu Yi looked up and saw Big Tiger stepping in. He popped out from Big Tiger's head and said cheerfully, "You didn't leave?" She came once in the morning but did not see Lu Yi. She thought he had left. "I'm about to leave." "What's the matter?" Lu Yi put away the map. This thing was related to whether he could smoothly return to the Jade Blood Sect's encampment. At the same time, it was the most precious thing he had, so he naturally had to keep it safe. "I want to talk to you." Yi floated forward and sat in front of Lu Yi, her small face tense. Lu Yi did not understand why this girl was acting like she wanted to negotiate. He frowned and asked, "Talk about what?" Yi said, "Leave this place." "Where are you going?" "That has nothing to do with you." "All right." Yi also knew that she was asking nonsense. They were not related to each other, and their previous interactions were not very pleasant. The only time they worked together was to kill the fair-skinned man and Lu Rian. She was in no position to ask about Lu Ye's whereabouts. Looking at her conflicted expression, Lu Yi said impatiently, "What's the matter?" Yi's expression became more and more conflicted. Big Tiger stepped forward and nudged her back. Yi gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Yi and said, "Can you take us with you?" "What?" Lu Yi doubted he heard. "Take us with you," Yi repeated. "Why?" Yi said, "You said before that if we kill that woman, the Tianji Business Alliance might trace it back to us. This place is no longer safe, so we have to leave. But we don't know where to go. The battlefield is huge. You can go anywhere you want." Yi's suggestion surprised Lu Yi. He had never thought of such a thing before, nor did he expect Yi to come over and tell him about it. But you're the one who killed him." "We didn't want to kill anyone." Yi looked aggrieved. After returning yesterday, Yi suddenly realized that she and Big Tiger were resting in the territory. Lu Yi lured a cultivator over and asked them to help him rob. In the end, they killed the cultivator and a member of the Tianji Business Alliance. They did not understand what happened from beginning to end. They were just sitting at home, but trouble fell from the sky. "Didn't you split the loot?" Lu Yi looked at her in confusion. Since they killed together and shared the loot, they naturally had to take the risk together. Yi opened her mouth and was speechless. In the end, she could only say, "Why can't you take us with you? You're too young." "Huh." Yi looked at Lu Yi in a daze. After a while, she reacted. She crossed her arms and blushed. Rogue. God knew how a spirit like her could blush. Lu Yi stood up and patted his butt. "Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. After this farewell, we may not meet again. I wish you all the best." Yi couldn't figure out how her small size had anything to do with Lu Yi not bringing them along. But seeing that Lu Yi was really about to leave, she also became anxious. She wasn't a little girl who didn't know anything. When she was alive, she was a cultivator, but after she died, she was coincidentally transformed into a nightmare spirit by Big Tiger. Although she lost a lot of her memories, she still remembered the cruelty of the cultivation world. She and Big Tiger seemed cool when they occupied the territory, but in reality, they were treading on thin ice. No one knew when disaster would fall from the sky. When that time came, she and Big Tiger would not be able to resist it. She had considered finding a cultivator to rely on, but the cultivators she came into contact with in the outer circle were so weak. How could she take a liking to them? Maybe they would sell Big Tiger out as soon as she relied on them. Lu Yi was different. This guy must be a disciple of a big sect. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have so many talismans. Moreover, in the past 2 months, Yi had seen Lu Yi become stronger bit by bit. His growth speed was terrifying. She felt that following Lu Yi was a good choice. This guy looked a little annoying, but in fact, he had his own set of principles. Take the spoils collected yesterday as an example. If Lu Yi wanted to take it all alone, she and Big Tiger could not do anything. but Lu Yi divided it equally with them. Because of this, Yi made up her mind. If she continued to stay here, she would only slowly wait for death. Following Lu Yi was the way out. That was why she came to say these words to Lu Yi. They brushed past each other. Lu Yi felt his clothes being grabbed. He turned his head and saw Yi looking up at him pitifully. There seemed to be tears in her eyes. Lu Yi was indifferent. Crying is useless to me. Yi still looked at him. They looked at each other in a deadlock. After a long while, Lu Yi said with a headache, "I'll give you 3 chances to persuade me." Yi's eyes lit up as if she had already thought of what to say. She hurriedly said, "You also know that low-level cultivators are afraid of Hupu. If you encounter any enemies you can't beat in the future, I can cooperate with Hupu to scare them. Those enemies will definitely retreat in the face of difficulties." Lu Yi rubbed his chin and pondered. He nodded and said, "What you said makes sense." Yi was encouraged and said, "Also, if you're in a hurry you can ride Hupu. You can save energy and maintain your condition to deal with unexpected situations. Also, it runs very fast. If you're being chased, it can help you escape." "It will listen to me?" Lu Yi looked at Big Tiger. Lu Yi had experienced Big Tiger's speed yesterday. When he went to chase Lu Rian, Big Tiger had set off later than him, but it had blocked Lu Rian's path. If it hadn't been for Big Tiger blocking Lu Rian's path, Lu Yi would have had to go through a lot of trouble to catch up to her. "Of course it will." Yi nodded. Also, Yi said eagerly. She didn't continue for a long time. Finally, she patted her chest. "Me too." "You." Lu Yi looked down at her. "I can sneak attack others. Just like yesterday." Yi raised her head and puffed out her chest. Chapter 55. The combination of Big Tiger and Yi was very intimidating. Low-level cultivators with little experience would easily be intimidated by a monster beast that could only speak, and riding Big Tiger was undoubtedly very tempting. The journey to the Blue Blood Sex station was long, and Lu Yi didn't know when he would arrive. If he rode Big Tiger, he could save energy on the road and even cultivate. For him, this was a very good choice. After all, his cultivation was still low, and he had to focus on improving his strength. If he traveled by himself, he wouldn't be able to cultivate on the road and would waste a lot of time. He originally didn't plan to bring this spirit and tiger with him. Saying that he would be moved by Yi's words was just an excuse. He originally planned to refuse no matter what Yi said. But now, he found that Yi's words had moved him a little. "What do you think? What do you think?" Yi looked at Lu Yi with eager eyes, afraid that he would say no. "It's not impossible." Before Yi could cheer, she heard Lu Yi change the topic, "But we have to agree on 3 rules." Yi was puzzled. "What 3 rules?" Lu Yi raised a finger. "First, I'm in charge of everything. If there's anything we disagree on, you have to listen to me." Yi nodded. "That's no problem." Since they had decided to come and join Lu Yi, she and Big Tiger were already mentally prepared. "Second, maybe sometimes I'll ask you to do something. If it's within your ability, you can't refuse. Of course, I won't ask you to do anything that endangers your lives. If such a situation occurs, you can make your own judgment based on the situation. Okay. Third, if one day you don't want to stay, let me know. Don't leave without a word." "We won't." Yi shook her head. "If there's no problem with these, then, let's have a happy cooperation?" Lu Yi reached out a hand to Yi. Yi tilted her head and looked at him with a puzzled expression, but she still imitated him, and reached out her hand. Lu Yi took it and shook it gently. Yi understood what he meant. She squinted her eyes and smiled. Happy cooperation. Big Tiger also let out a whimper behind her. Yi jumped on Big Tiger's head and looked at Lu Yi. "As a show of sincerity, I have something to give you." "Something?" Yi spat out these 3 words. Lu Yi suddenly became interested. In the depths of Mount Azure Cloud, in another area adjacent to Big Tiger's territory, Lu Yi was led by Big Tiger and Yi to an extremely hidden cave entrance. The entrance of the cave was covered by a large patch of weeds and shrubs. If one was not familiar with the terrain, it would be very difficult to find this cave. Is this the place? Lu Yi poked his head into the cave. It was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see anything. Yes. Yi and Big Tiger led the way and Lu Yi. Lu Yi had a long saber at his waist, his hand on the hilt, ready to deal with any unexpected situations. According to Yi, there was a snake-type demon beast residing in the depths of the cave. She and Big Tiger had once entered this place and suffered a loss at the hands of the demon snake. However, they had also discovered a secret. That secret was the benefit she said she would give Lu Yi. The cave was slanted downwards, and Lu Yi felt that he had already sunk several hundred feet into the ground, but he still hadn't reached the end, which showed how deep this cave was. At this point, he could no longer feel the coolness of the surroundings. Instead, he could feel waves of heat gushing out from the front. The further they went, the thicker the heat became. He began to pant and finally stopped. I can't go any deeper. She was a spirit after all, and this kind of hot environment was not good for her. Lu Yi suddenly understood. You came here last time when you were injured? Yi nodded. That thing can only be found here. Hoopa will go with you. That snake isn't very strong. With Big Tiger, you should be able to take it down. Then you wait here. Lu Yi nodded and continued on with Big Tiger. After walking for a long time, Lu Yi suspected that they were already more than 300 meters underground. The heat here was extremely strong. Lu Yi used his spirit energy to protect himself, but the heat was unbearable. As for Big Tiger, his tongue was hanging out and he looked dispirited, like a dog suffering from heatstroke. After a while, they finally reached the end. It was an underground karst cave, and the space wasn't small. Standing at the entrance, Lu Yi saw a large snake coiled up in the depths of the cave. The snake's body was as thick as his thigh, and he didn't know how long it was. It raised its head high and breathed towards a small tree about half the height of a person. The small tree was completely red, like a red-hot iron. There were 2 fist-sized fruits on the tree, and the entire karst cave was filled with a strange fragrance. Barrier-breaking fruit. This was the benefit that Yi had mentioned before. If it were an ordinary item, with Lu Ye's current status, it might not be able to move him. However, the barrier-breaking fruit was different. This thing was very useful for cultivators to break through the barriers of their spiritual cavities. It could be said that as long as their spiritual cavities were not completely opened, they would always be useful. Lu Yi had eaten a barrier-breaking fruit before, and it was all thanks to that fruit that he was able to break through to the spirit stream realm. Thus, when Yi mentioned it, his interest was piqued. The barrier-breaking fruit that Yi had given him last time was stolen from here. She was a spirit, and could come and go without a trace. Although the snake monster occupied this place, it was unable to guard against her. However, the environment here was extremely dangerous to her. If it weren't for the fact that she had no other choice, Yi wouldn't have taken the risk to come here. In the end, although she had obtained the fruit, Yi had been weakened for many days before recovering. She and Big Tiger already had some grudges with the snake monster. Previously, she hadn't been strong enough, so she hadn't been able to take revenge. Now that she had Lu Yi as her backer and was about to leave, Yi naturally wanted to take revenge. At the same time, she could also give Lu Yi 2 barrier-breaking fruits, which would deepen their friendship and strengthen their cooperative relationship. It could be said that she had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. The snake monster coiled its body, using its body as a cover to surround the barrier-breaking fruit. It raised its head high and breathed in and out, causing fiery red spiritual chi to flow into its mouth and nose. It looked like it was cultivating. 2 uninvited guests disturbed it. Following Big Tiger's roar, the snake monster suddenly raised its head and flicked its tongue. Big Tiger pounced forward like a gust of wind, but in the next moment, the snake monster shot out, opened its mouth, and bit down on Big Tiger's neck. Big Tiger roared in pain and also bit down on the snake's belly. However, their strengths weren't equal. Big Tiger was bitten until it was dripping with blood, but the snake monster was completely unharmed. Fiery red demonic energy pervaded the snake monster's body, forming a layer of protection that made it difficult for Big Tiger to bite through. In a single exchange, the awe-inspiring Big Tiger suffered a great loss. Moreover, the snake's body, which was several meters long, coiled around Big Tiger, trapping him like a dumpling. Instant kill. Although they were both demonic beasts, the difference in strength between them wasn't small. Fortunately, there was still Lu Yi. When Big Tiger pounced, he used Big Tiger's body as a cover to charge forward. At that moment, the two monsters were entangled in a fierce battle. It was a good opportunity to make a move. When Lu Yi unsheathed his saber, he activated his spiritual energy and added a sharpness mark to the blade. In an instant, a snow-white saber light flashed and blood splattered. Chapter 56. Passing by the two entangled vicious beasts, Lu Yi didn't even have time to stabilize himself before the red snake tail lashed out at him like a whip, causing a strong gust of wind to blow against his face. Unable to turn around at the moment, Lu Yi could only hurriedly urge his spiritual energy to protect his body. With a bang, he was sent flying. His shoulder blades ached as he rolled a few times on the scorching ground. Standing up, he looked up and was a little surprised. Even with his sharp blade, he couldn't cut the snake in half. He only managed to cut more than half of the snake's body. Blood flowed out and the snake monster rolled on the ground in pain. Big Tiger took advantage of the situation to break free from its restraints and bravely rushed forward, biting at the snake's wound. It tore off a large piece of flesh. The snake raised its head high and opened its mouth. A red light was brewing in its mouth, aiming at Big Tiger's position. The temperature of the entire cave suddenly rose. Big Tiger's bestial instincts didn't let it sense that something was wrong. With a low roar, it rushed to the side. In the next moment, the snake spat out a flame, burning the air in front of it. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. He knew that this snake monster was much stronger than Big Tiger. Fortunately, Big Tiger had pulled the snake's aggro. Otherwise, he would have to use the golden body talisman to block the flames. Big Tiger dodged in time, and the flame didn't hurt it. Lu Yi took the opportunity to rush behind the snake monster and slashed at the snake's head. This slash only cut more than half of the snake's body. The blade was blocked by the snake's bones. After suffering a big loss twice at Lu Ye's hands, the snake immediately turned its head and aimed at Lu Yi, red light brewing in its mouth. Lu Yi didn't retreat. Instead, he stabbed his blade into the snake's mouth and fell back at the same time. At the same time, the long blade pierced through the snake's head and came out from the back. A snow-white figure rushed from the side and slammed into the snake, knocking it to the side. The flames from the snake's mouth lost its aim and burned in midair. Lu Yi, who had fallen to the ground, quickly got up and took out a talisman from his storage bag. Holding it in his hand, he fixed his eyes to the side and became alert. However, he quickly put away the talisman and waited quietly in place. His last stab had directly pierced through the snake's head. It could be said that it was a fatal wound. Although the big snake was twisting and rolling on the ground, it was obviously not going to survive. Moreover, the long sword was stuck in its mouth. As it twisted and turned, it caused more damage. The ground was full of snake blood that splattered everywhere. It was evaporated by the high temperature, making sizzling sounds. Big Tiger also got up and shook his body. His snow-white fur was in a mess and there were large scorched marks. He looked very miserable. From the moment De Hu launched his attack until now, it had only been a dozen breaths of time. Victory and defeat had already been decided, and life and death had already been decided. However, in this extremely short period of time, the battle between them was extremely dangerous. To Lu Ye's surprise, his first cooperation with De Hu was perfect. Especially at the very end, when Lu Yi had launched that fatal strike. His body had already fallen backwards in an attempt to avoid his opponent's flames. However, Big Tiger's charge had ensured Lu Ye's safety. Facing such a snake demon, Lu Ye inwardly speculated that if he were to come alone, it would definitely be a tough battle. He might even have to use a few talismans. However, with the cooperation of Big Tiger, it only took a short while to take it down. He suddenly felt that agreeing to Yi's request before was not a bad thing. Well done. Lu Ye nodded to Big Tiger, not stingy with his praise. Big Tiger howled in response. Although this guy couldn't speak and wasn't very strong, after several encounters, Lu Ye found that it was extremely intelligent and could understand human speech. This was very good. The big snake finally stopped moving. Lu Ye stepped forward and kicked it to make sure it was dead. Looking at the long sword stuck in the snake's mouth, Lu Ye felt a little awkward. The sword had been burned red by the snake's flames. If he picked it up now, he was afraid he would lose a layer of skin. He could only wait for a while. Taking advantage of this, Lu Ye walked over to the barrier-breaking fruit tree and carefully picked the 2 barrier-breaking fruits and put them in his storage bag. As for the fruit tree, Lu Ye didn't plan to touch it. It wouldn't be able to grow it even if he took it away. Just as Lu Ye was about to put away the sword, his mind suddenly became absent-minded, as if something was stirring in his body. This feeling reminded him of what happened a few months ago. He hurriedly said, "Hu Po, you go out first, I'll find you later." The tiger howled, raised its paw, and patted the dead snake. Lu Ye immediately understood. Got it, this is good stuff, how could I leave it behind? Only then did Big Tiger leave with satisfaction. Before it left, it picked up a piece of flesh that it had torn off from the snake's body. After Big Tiger's figure disappeared, Lu Ye looked at the barrier-breaking fruit tree again. The feeling of stirring came again. He quickly focused his mind, but to his surprise, there was no shadow of the talent tree in his field of vision this time. Instead, there was something strange in his source aperture. He hurriedly closed his eyes and carefully sensed. Vaguely, he seemed to see the shadow of a big tree appear in his source aperture. It was the talent tree. The talent tree's roots grew roots, just like the scene a few months ago in the Evil Moon Valley mine. The roots pierced into an inexplicable place, and the next moment, a fiery red power was drawn out from the roots. As the fiery red power poured in, he clearly saw a leaf on the talent tree begin to burst into flames, and then it burned fiercely. Then the second leaf, when it came to the third leaf, the leaf only burst into light, but it did not burn. The roots slowly disappeared. Lu Ye opened his eyes and found that his hand had unknowingly covered the barrier-breaking fruit tree. The fruit tree had completely withered, and the originally scorching hot cave had completely changed. There was no longer any scorching aura. Lu Ye fell into deep thought. He recalled the scene when the talent tree first changed. At that time, he was inspecting Manager Yang's relics and found an unknown ore. Then, the talent tree grew roots and pierced into the ore. As a result, the ore split open, and a ball of orange flame appeared inside. After the talent tree absorbed the power of the flame, a leaf bearing the sharpness spiritual mark burned fiercely. This time it was even worse. The talent tree absorbed some kind of power, causing 2 leaves on the tree to burn, and the third leaf to show an obvious change. It seemed that his guess from a long time ago was right. The talent tree needed to absorb some flame or scorching power for it to change. The experience just now undoubtedly proved this point. The underground of this cave undoubtedly contained the energy needed by the talent tree. After it was absorbed by the talent tree, this place was no longer hot, and the barrier-breaking fruit tree's living environment was destroyed, so the fruit tree naturally died. It could even be said that there was some scorching power in the fruit tree, but after it was absorbed by the talent tree, how could it continue to live? Chapter 57. In the karst cave, Lu Ye closed his eyes again and calmed his mind. The innate skill tree was indeed in his source spiritual cavity. When he focused, he could see it. This was different from before. Before, when he was focused enough, the innate skill tree would appear in his field of vision, appearing as an illusory image. Perhaps the innate skill tree was originally in his source spiritual cavity, but he hadn't been enlightened before, so what he saw was only an illusory image in his field of vision. After being enlightened, he could feel it more directly. After coming to the spirit stream battlefield, he had been busy improving his cultivation level and cultivating diligently, so he hadn't paid attention to the innate skill tree's situation. It was only when the innate skill tree absorbed external energy that he noticed the changes. This was a good thing. He had always had a doubt in his heart, and that was that there didn't seem to be any hidden dangers when he cultivated by taking pills. He guessed that it was related to the innate skill tree, but he didn't know what the specific relationship was. Now that he could directly feel the innate skill tree's existence, perhaps he could carefully study it when he had time. Lu Yi looked at the 2 burning leaves on the innate skill tree. Although he knew that the leaves were good things, he couldn't help but recall some unpleasant memories. Suppressing his desire to investigate, Lu Yi walked over to the snake monster's corpse and pulled out his weapon. Then, he cut the snake monster's body into a dozen pieces and put them into his storage bag. This snake monster was much stronger than Big Tiger, and it could even breathe fire. The snake monster's flesh was definitely rich in spiritual power, so eating it would be very nutritious. After finishing all this, Lu Yi looked around and made sure that he hadn't missed anything before walking out of the karst cave. More than an hour later, Lu Yi met up with Yi and Big Tiger, who were waiting at the entrance of the cave. Seeing that there was blood on Big Tiger's shoulder, he took out a healing pill and fed it to Big Tiger. This wound was caused by the snake monster's bite during the previous battle. Lu Yi was also slightly injured. It was also on his shoulder, where he had been whipped by the snake's tail, but it wasn't serious. After a short while, he rode on Big Tiger's back and reached out to stroke its soft fur, thinking back to the first time he met Big Tiger and Yi. At that time, who would have thought that such a majestic demonic beast would one day become his mount? It had to be said, riding on Big Tiger's back was a good experience. Lu Yi, a small cultivator at the second layer of the spirit stream layer, couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism. The tiger's body was sturdy and its back was wide, so it was not uncomfortable to ride on it. "Where are we going?" Yi sat cross-legged on Big Tiger's head and turned to ask. Lu Yi felt the guidance of the war imprint on the back of his hand and pointed in a direction. "Follow this way, walk along the foot of the mountain. Then let's go." Yi waved her small hand, clearly in a very happy mood. The Big Tiger let out a low roar, and its snow-white figure shot out like an arrow. On this day, many low-level cultivators who were preparing to enter the Azure Cloud Mountain for training saw the figure of a young man riding on a big snow-white tiger. The water droplets fell into the sea, creating tiny ripples. However, those ripples would eventually create monstrous waves. Night fell. At the bottom of a protruding cliff, there was a concave area at the bottom of the cliff. It was a natural shelter. Yi, who had gone ahead to scout the situation, waved her hand. "Lu Yi, over here." Under the moonlight, Lu Yi walked over with a majestic gait, step by step. Yi couldn't bear to look at Lu Ye's strange walking posture, but in the end she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Yi walked past her and glared at her fiercely. He thought that riding on Big Tiger would be a very pleasant thing, but on the first day, he discovered that he was naive. The main reason was that the sides of his thighs were a little unbearable. Lu Yi was sure that his inner thighs were now covered in blood, and even now, he could still feel the bumpy feeling of riding on Big Tiger's back. Along the way, not to mention riding on Big Tiger's back to cultivate, it was already good enough that he didn't faint from the bumpy ride. "You'll get used to it." Yi followed behind him and said. Walking into the natural depression, Lu Yi nodded. It was a good place to rest. There were traces of a bonfire in the depression, which seemed to have been left behind by the previous travelers. Lu Yi rested for a moment, then got up to find some firewood to light. He took out a section of snake body, skinned it, and cut off about 5 kilograms of snake meat. As for the rest, he threw it all to Big Tiger. Big Tiger hugged the dozens of kilograms of snake meat and ate heartily, enjoying it very much. The flames lingered and the fragrance gradually spread. Hot oil dripped onto the flames, making sizzling sounds. Lu Yi roasted the snake meat while taking out a barrier-breaking fruit from his storage bag and gestured to Yi. Yi looked at him in confusion. 2 fruits, 1 for 5, Lu Yi explained. Yi shook her head and said, "This thing is useful to you. Hu Po and I have no use for it, so you can keep it for yourself." Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, "Hu Po eats spirit pills?" Yi nodded. "He eats spirit stones too." Lu Yi was shocked. "Spirit stones can be eaten?" Yi explained, "Spirit stones are the condensation of spiritual energy. Demonic beasts can eat them, but humans can't eat them. They can't be refined." Lu Yi expressed that he had learned something new. No wonder when Yi and Big Tiger came to rob him, they didn't get any spirit pills and started asking for spirit stones instead. "Then I'll convert your fruits into spirit pills." Lu Yi was a little embarrassed. "But I don't know how much these fruits are worth." Yi pursed her lips and smiled. "You can give whatever you want. Hu Po can eat 2 spirit pills a day now. It's not a lot." The snake meat was soon roasted. Lu Yi sprinkled some salt on it to taste, then began to eat. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi, who was looking at him eagerly, and handed the snake meat in his hand to her. "Do you want some?" Yi shook her head. "I can't eat." Lu Yi continued to eat. The snake meat was indeed very nutritious. After eating a few kilograms of snake meat, Lu Yi felt warm all over and was full of energy. Even the flow of spiritual energy in his body seemed to have become faster. While refining spiritual energy into qi, he took out his saber and walked to an open space on the side. He took off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body, and began to seriously hack with his saber. The previous battle with the fair-skinned cultivator made him realize that his fighting skills were a mess. He could take spirit pills to improve his cultivation, but they were useless in terms of fighting skills. Moreover, there was no one to guide him at the moment, so Lu Yi thought of a stupid method, which was to constantly hack with his saber. He didn't know if it would be effective, but it was the only method he could think of. In the future, he was destined to encounter stronger and stronger enemies. In close combat, cultivation strength and fighting skills were indispensable. Under the moonlight, the young man seriously hacked with his saber, sweating profusely. Not far away, the big white tiger was lying on the ground, snoring. A white light lingered on its body. The girl with black hair draped over her shoulders hugged her knees and quietly watched. With the full moon hanging high in the sky as the background, the scene was hazy. Chapter 58. 2 hours later, Lu Yi put away his blade and walked to a dark place. He took out his water sack, washed it a little, put on his clothes, and returned to the bottom of the cliff. Big Tiger had already fallen asleep, snoring loudly. Yi was still sitting there, probably waiting for him. However, when she saw Lu Yi's expression, she felt a little strange. That was because Lu Yi seemed to have made a difficult decision at this moment, and had an expression that said, "Even if there are tens of millions of people here, I will still press on." She couldn't help but tilt her head. Lu Yi sat down cross-legged with a knot in his stomach. After thinking for a while, he told Yi, "If I faint later, don't worry too much." Yi was puzzled. Lu Yi didn't explain too much. He closed his eyes, immersed his mind, and once again saw the talent tree entrenched in his source aperture. On the huge crown of the tree, 3 leaves were burning fiercely. The 4th had already bloomed, but it didn't burn. In the mine of the Evil Moon Valley, his talent tree's first burning leaf carried a kind of sharp spirit pattern. Without the sharp spirit pattern, he wouldn't have been able to kill the seriously injured Zhou Qing so easily. He wouldn't have been able to pierce through the protective spiritual energy of the fair-skinned man, and he wouldn't have been able to severely injure the snake demon and finally win. It could be said that this spirit pattern had been of great help to Lu Yi at several critical moments. Now that 2 more leaves on the talent tree were burning, he was looking forward to what kind of spirit pattern he would get. Slowly focusing his attention, Lu Yi looked at one of the burning leaves. Just like the last time, the small leaf quickly enlarged, and in the blink of an eye, it filled all his vision and thoughts. At the same time, a large amount of information uncontrollably poured into his mind, and Lu Yi once again had the feeling that someone had smashed his head with a hammer. Last time, he directly fainted. This time, although he felt the world was spinning and the pain was unbearable, he didn't faint. Lu Yi would rather faint because the whole process gave him a feeling that death was better than living. It was as if someone had opened his brain, forcibly stuffed something he didn't understand into it, and stirred it up. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a suppressed growl came from his throat. His eyes were blood-red. Yi, who had been paying attention to him, was shocked. Even the big tiger, who was in deep sleep, was awakened. It roared and looked around vigilantly, mistakenly thinking that it had been ambushed. After a while, Lu Yi gradually calmed down. His vision was blood-red and his whole body was drenched in sweat. Yi Anda, who stood aside in panic, not knowing what to do. In fact, Lu Ye's current appearance was extremely ferocious. Not only were his eyes bloodshot, but his temples were also bulging with blue veins, as if he was enduring great torture. After panting heavily for a moment, Lu Yi recovered a little and said to the nervous big tiger and Yi, "It's okay now." He closed his eyes again. The pain had passed, and it was time to reap the fruits of victory. Yi and Big Tiger looked at each other, both confused. But this matter seemed to be related to Lu Ye's cultivation. If he didn't say anything, Yi couldn't ask, so she could only stand aside with Big Tiger. At this moment, Lu Yi was investigating the characteristics of the second spirit pattern. Defend. This was the name of the second spiritual inscription. Judging from its name, it should be a defensive spiritual inscription. Previously, Lu Yi had some guesses that the first spiritual inscription was on the offensive side, so perhaps the second one would be on the defensive side. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. He opened his eyes and prepared for a moment. Suddenly, a layer of spirit light visible to the naked eye flashed on his palm. The spirit light turned into the shape of a triangular shield, engraved with complicated patterns. This is a spiritual inscription? Yi, who had been silently paying attention to Lu Yi, was shocked. Although she had lost a lot of memories, she still remembered some common knowledge of the cultivation world and knew more than Lu Yi. So at first glance, when she saw Lu Yi use his own spirit power to construct a spiritual inscription, it was simply unbelievable. It should be known that low-level cultivators like Lu Yi generally focused on improving their cultivation. They didn't even have time to study spells, let alone complex spiritual inscriptions. Of course, some spells could also be regarded as the manifestation of spiritual inscriptions. It could even be said that the spiritual inscription that Lu Yi was activating now could be regarded as a defensive spell. Spells and spiritual inscriptions were closely related. Many times they were similar but not completely the same. It was difficult to explain in a few words. But in any case, it was still unbelievable that a low-level cultivator could construct a spiritual inscription. Yi was more and more certain that Lu Yi was a disciple of a top sect, and his status in that sect was definitely not low. Perhaps he was the illegitimate son of a sect master. Because of some unavoidable reason, he could only come out alone to gain experience. In just a few breaths of time, she had already imagined a drama full of love and hatred. Lu Yi didn't pay attention to Yi's gaze. At this moment, he was feeling the sturdiness of the spiritual inscription. Purely in terms of defensive power, the spiritual inscription's defensive power completely surpassed his protective spirit power. Comparing the two, the difference in defensive power was at least several times. This meant that if he encountered any attacks in the future, he would have a better defensive method. However, although the defensive power was outstanding, the consumption was not low. This palm-sized spiritual inscription consumed the spirit power reserve of one of Lu Ye's spirit cavities. The consumption was even greater than the sharpness. In other words, if Lu Yi activated this spiritual inscription 20 times in a row, his spirit power would be exhausted. Moreover, if the defensive range was expanded, the consumption would increase. Lu Yi was only activating a palm-sized spiritual inscription, but it didn't mean that the spiritual inscription was only this big. If he wanted to, he could activate a bigger one. In short, this was a pretty good spiritual inscription. Although he had something like the golden body talisman, there would be a time when the talisman would be exhausted. However, this spiritual inscription was his own ability. Moreover, in comparison, activating a spirit talisman only required a single thought. But activating a spirit talisman was much more troublesome. First, one had to take out a spirit talisman from their storage bag and pour their spirit energy into it. In the midst of an intense battle, there was often no time for Lu Yi to do such things. If he had such a spiritual inscription before meeting the fair-skinned man, he could have withstood his opponent's attack and killed him head-on. Although this spiritual inscription couldn't increase Lu Ye's cultivation, it greatly increased his fighting strength. There was still one more. Lu Yi thought of the previous feeling and shuddered. He didn't plan to investigate the other spiritual inscription, at least not for the next 2 days. His mind was a mess. If he investigated the spiritual inscription again, he might die. Therefore, he had to rest for a few days. Taking out a Yun spirit pill and swallowing it, Lu Yi was ready to investigate the question that had always puzzled him. Was it related to the talent tree that he didn't have any hidden dangers after taking pills? Calmly sensing, he soon saw the talent tree hidden in the source cavities. Chapter 59. When Lu Yi didn't deliberately investigate, he didn't feel anything, but when he did, he could clearly perceive the existence of the talent tree. This mystical tree had taken root in his source aperture. The power of the spirit accumulation pill dissolved in his abdomen and transformed into spiritual power. Lu Yi divided his attention to guide the pill power into the spirit aperture while paying attention to the talent tree. The spiritual power obtained from the pill power didn't directly enter a certain spirit aperture, but first passed through the source aperture. For example, Lu Ye's 21 spirit apertures were not yet full, so the spiritual power he obtained from the spirit pill had to first pass through the source aperture before entering the 21 spirit aperture. If a spirit aperture was too far away from the source aperture, it would even need to pass through several spirit apertures. But without exception, the source aperture was the starting point for receiving spiritual power, so the first spirit aperture to open was called the source aperture, and was also the most important spirit aperture for cultivators. According to Lu Ye's understanding, the source aperture was similar to the dantian of those martial arts masters. But then again, the location of the source aperture was indeed in the dantian, and the spirit apertures opened by low-level cultivation methods were all near the source aperture, so there wasn't much need for a transfer. Just passing through the source aperture was enough. Lu Yi didn't check it carefully before, but this time, he was surprised to find that the spiritual power transformed from the Yun spirit pill didn't seem to be as pure as his own spiritual power. The spiritual power was vaguely mixed with something indescribable, and those things should be harmful to him. Is this pill poison? Lu Yi thought in his mind. The head teacher had told him before that every medicine was 30% poisonous, not to mention the spirit pills that cultivators took. The lower the quality of the spirit pill, the stronger the pill poison. Therefore, cultivators had to find a way to dissolve the pill poison after taking a spirit pill, otherwise it would leave behind some hidden dangers. The spiritual power that wasn't pure flowed into the source aperture, and through the source aperture, flowed into the 21 spirit aperture, but a miraculous thing happened. The spiritual power that flowed into the 21 spirit aperture didn't have the slightest residue of pill poison, becoming as pure as the spiritual power in the other spirit apertures. Lu Yi was keenly aware of this, and thus determined that the spiritual power's change appeared in the source aperture. He hurriedly put most of his attention into the source aperture, carefully observing it, and soon found the mystery. The innate skill tree that had taken root in the source spirit aperture grew roots, seemingly absorbing the spiritual energy in the source spirit aperture. Through the flow of the innate skill tree, the spiritual energy that wasn't considered pure became pure after going through this process. Throughout the entire process, the talent tree's body was constantly emitting a gray aura, as if it was burning ashes. Sure enough, the spirit talent tree, the talent trees estes apert sts estes, its ts have ts desest feel es heses. TTTTTTSSSS. On the contrary, there was a period of time when he didn't have the Yun spirit pill, so this phenomenon didn't occur when he cultivated essence into qi. Putting everything together, Lu Yi came to a realization. The talent tree had the ability to purify spiritual energy, and the pill toxins from his cultivation were all burned away by the talent tree. Therefore, there were no hidden dangers from his cultivation. The burning pill toxins would not disappear for no reason and would be expelled from his body. This caused him to feel like his body was covered in dust every time he cultivated. Everything was clear now. Lu Ye's previous conjecture was confirmed, so he wasn't too surprised. However, after figuring this out, he wouldn't have too much psychological pressure to take pills and cultivate in the future. Relaxing his mind, Lu Yi continued to guide the pill energy in his abdomen. The spiritual energy in his 21 acupoints gradually increased. Yi was originally watching him anxiously, but when she saw that he was not acting strangely, she could not help but fall asleep. God knew how a spirit like her could sleep. She was awakened by the sound of something breaking through the air. When she opened her eyes, the sky was already bright, and the bonfire beside her had already burned out. Not far away, Lu Yi was bare-chested, holding a saber in one hand, constantly slashing. Every movement was not fast, but his expression was meticulous. Was this guy made of iron? The corner of Yi's eye twitched. In fact, Lu Yi had slept for 3 hours last night. Although a cultivator's physique was stronger than a mortal's, they still needed to rest, especially a low-level cultivator like him who had not completely broken away from the category of mortals. However, he knew that the road ahead was full of obstacles, so he did not want to waste time. When Lu Yi finished cultivating, Yi and Big Tiger had already collected enough firewood to light the fire. Lu Yi took out a section of snake body from his storage bag and threw it to them to deal with. After eating and drinking to their fill, the group continued on their journey. The journey was not as good as imagined. Along the bumpy journey, Lu Yi swallowed a spirit accumulation pill. He wanted to try cultivating on Big Tiger's back. If this problem was not solved, he would waste a lot of time. Along the way, they occasionally encountered some hurried low-level cultivators, but Big Tiger avoided them in advance. When those cultivators saw Big Tiger's figure from afar, as long as they were not crazy in the head, they would not provoke him. Moreover, they might not be able to catch up. At night, they found a suitable place to rest as usual. Eating snake meat, practicing the saber, and then taking pills to cultivate. Today's progress was good. Although Lu Yi still felt that Big Tiger's back was bumpy, at least he could start cultivating. It was just that the efficiency was a bit low. At dawn, Lu Yi took out the 10-point map and compared his current position with the starting position to determine the direction and the nearest destination. After riding Big Tiger for 2 days, he still did not get out of the range of Green Cloud Mountain, which showed how vast this mountain range was. Another day later, in the evening, Lu Yi looked at a market not far away and took a long breath. He had arrived at the nearest destination. On the 10-point map, this place was marked as Green Cloud Market 5. Lu Yi rode Big Tiger into the market, attracting a lot of attention. He had seen cultivators with demonic beasts when he was in Green Cloud Market 5 before, but those demonic beasts were all flying sand and stones. They were not as handsome as Big Tiger. Lu Yi also considered letting Big Tiger wait for him outside, but Big Tiger's strength was not very high. Moreover, it was not familiar with this place. If it accidentally entered the territory of a demonic beast, it might be at a disadvantage. After thinking about it, he simply brought Big Tiger with him. He wanted to rest here for the night. It had to be said that the tiger's presence was very intimidating. Many timid cultivators avoided Lu Yi from afar. Less than an hour later, Lu Yi arrived at the Tianji Business Union in this market. He did not have any spirit stones, but the business union also accepted spirit pills as payment. Therefore, after Lu Yi paid a spirit pill, he was led to a guest room on the 3rd floor. The room was not too big, but it was quiet. Big Tiger was resting on the floor. Lu Yi fed it a spirit pill, and Yi, who had been holding back for a long time, ran out to get some fresh air. Lu Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, guiding the energy of the pill to attack the spiritual aperture barrier of the 22 apertures. Chapter 60. During the day, Lu Yi had already cultivated 21 apertures to the brim. As long as he could break through 22 apertures, he would be one step closer to the 3rd-order spirit stream realm. He didn't take the barrier-breaking fruit, even though it had a miraculous effect on breaking through the barriers of his spirit apertures. According to Lu Ye's estimation, the barrier-breaking fruit should be very precious. The last time he took it, he was in a hurry to break through to the 1st-order spirit stream realm. Now that he had enough profound spirit pills, he only needed to spend a little more time to achieve the same goal. Naturally, Lu Yi wouldn't waste them. He wanted to keep these 2 spirit fruits and wait for the right time to take them so that they could play the greatest role. Now that the spirit energy in his body was incomparable to before, it made it easier for him to break through the barriers of his spirit apertures. In less than an hour, the barriers of his 22 apertures were broken and a trickle of spirit energy flowed into them. Lu Yi cultivated for a while and completely digested the pill's energy before stopping. It had been 3 days since the last time he checked the spirit mark leaf on his talent tree. Lu Yi was preparing to check the 3rd burning leaf tonight to see what kind of spirit mark it carried. Although he was mentally prepared when he was about to do so, he still felt a little apprehensive, mainly because the experience was too unpleasant. But this kind of thing had to be experienced sooner or later. It was better to have a short pain than a long pain. Lu Yi made up his mind and focused his mind, looking at the talent tree in his source spirit aperture. The burning leaf rapidly enlarged, and the mysterious patterns on the leaf instantly obscured Lu Ye's vision and thoughts. The feeling of being smashed by a hammer came again. His mind was pried open, and a large amount of inexplicable information poured into it, and then it was stirred up. After a long time, Lu Yi opened his eyes while gasping for breath. Beside him, Big Tiger raised his head and Yi stood by the bed, looking at him worriedly. Fortunately, Yi had experienced this 3 days ago, so she wasn't surprised. Lu Yi immersed his mind and checked the additional information in his mind. Spirit Gathering. This was the name of the spirit mark on the 3rd leaf. The first spirit mark was an offensive one, the second was a defensive one, and the 3rd was an auxiliary one. The function of this spiritual tattoo was obvious just from its name. It was used to gather spiritual energy. Lu Yi circulated his spiritual energy and formed this spiritual tattoo on his palm. When the complex spiritual tattoo appeared, the spiritual energy in the room gathered towards his palm, which then attracted the spiritual energy from outside to pour in. Lu Yi waited for a moment and realized that the heaven and earth spirit chi in the room didn't seem to have changed much. Perhaps it was because the spirit pattern he had constructed wasn't big enough and couldn't last long enough. If he could construct a spiritual tattoo that could cover the entire room or even the entire merchant alliance, the effect of gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would be outstanding. However, not to mention whether his spiritual power could support such a huge spiritual pattern, even if he did, it would be meaningless. His body wasn't able to take in and exhale spirit chi very well, so no matter how rich the spirit chi in the outside world was, it wasn't of much use to him. Trash. Lu Yi cursed in his heart, feeling a little disappointed. Whether it was sharpness or defense, they could provide him with great help in battle. He was looking forward to this third spiritual tattoo, but it turned out to be such a useless one. However, compared to sharpness and defense, the consumption of spirit gathering was very small. For a spiritual tattoo of the same size, the consumption of spirit gathering was only 10% of that of defense. Moreover, it seemed that it could be maintained for a long time. Whether it was sharpness or defense, the duration was very short, so if Lu Yi wanted to use them in battle, he had to grasp the right timing. It was fine to maintain them for a long time, but the consumption of spiritual power would increase. However, spirit gathering was different. While gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it was also replenishing itself. Therefore, once it was constructed, unless Lu Yi took the initiative to disperse it, it would continue to be used. Thinking about it this way, this thing wasn't completely useless. If he constructed a large enough spirit gathering mark in a sect's encampment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the encampment would become denser and denser. Yi stared at this scene in shock. 3 days ago, she had seen Lu Yi casually construct an indescribable spiritual tattoo. Tonight, she saw it again, and these two were completely different. Yi wasn't sure what the spiritual tattoo 3 days ago was used for, but this time, the spiritual tattoo clearly had the use of gathering spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Who exactly was this guy? His cultivation wasn't high, but his research on spiritual tattoos was so thorough. One had to know that it would take a lot of time and energy. It seemed that he was really related to some big shot from a big sect. It had to be said that the more he thought about it, the more she thought about it. She was smart and pretended not to see things that she shouldn't ask. This made Lu Yi feel very gratified. Otherwise, he would have to consider whether to continue their partnership. On the other side, Lu Yi had already dispersed the spirit gathering mark. He took off his shirt and took out a long saber to hack. Big Tiger had no choice but to hide in a corner to avoid being accidentally injured. One saber, Lu Yi hacked seriously. The night passed, and at dawn, Lu Yi came from the 3rd floor to the main hall of the 1st floor. He found a manager of the Merchant Union and made a transaction with him for 2 pieces of yuan magnetic Oregon. He still had 14 pieces of yuan magnetic ore in his hand, all of which were relatively large. The largest one was the size of a wash basin. He didn't trade too much, so as not to meet people like Lu Ruyan again. Anyway, he would encounter many sub-unions of the Heavenly Secret Business Union along the way. Selling the ores in his hand would reduce the risk. When he left the 3rd floor of Green Cloud Market, if he wasn't in a hurry to buy a 10-point map, he wouldn't have taken the risk to sell more than 10 pieces of yuan magnetic Oregon. It would be easy to be targeted. 2 pieces of yuan magnetic ore were worth 103 spirit stones. This time, he didn't buy any more spirit accumulation pills, but saved the spirit stones. For the time being, the spirit accumulation pills were enough for him to use until he reached the 3rd order spirit stream realm, so there was no need to continue saving. As for saving spirit stones, it was because he wanted to save a large number of spirit stones for other purposes. As soon as he walked out of the Heavenly Secret Business Union, a male cultivator with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks greeted him with a smile. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Lu Yi frowned at him, and Da Hu beside him took a step forward and growled threateningly. The male cultivator's smile suddenly froze, and he took 2 steps back. "Please calm down, fellow Taoist. This one has no evil intentions, but I have a business deal to discuss with fellow Taoist." Lu Yi looked at the aura of the other party and confirmed that he was only a second-order spirit stream realm cultivator. Moreover, the purity of his aura was below average. It was obvious that this guy's strength wasn't that great. Seeing Lu Yi and De Hu staring at him together, the male cultivator's scalp went numb. He forced a smile and said, "It's really just a business deal." "Out of the way," Lu Yi said faintly. He put his hand on the hilt of the saber at his waist and led De Hu straight forward. The man hurriedly moved out of the way, but he didn't give up. He probably thought that Lu Yi couldn't do anything to him here, so he chased after Lu Yi and said, "Fellow Taoist, I have a set of secret arts that can assist in cultivation. If you use it, the efficiency of your cultivation will at least double. It's perfect for fellow Taoists' cultivation. Would you be interested?" Chapter 61. An auxiliary cultivation technique that could double the efficiency. This was obviously bullshit. If there really was such a cultivation technique, it would definitely be a secret manual that would never be divulged to outsiders. Even those top sects would treat it as a treasure, and its value was extremely high. Why would they need to go around peddling it? Lu Yi looked at this male cultivator and knew that he did not come here specifically to find him. Instead, he was waiting outside the merchant union and randomly chose a target. He just happened to be seen by him. Not interested. Lu Yi did not intend to be entangled with him. However, the man did not give up and continued to introduce the wonders of the cultivation technique to Lu Yi. He said that it was easy to cultivate, had strong compatibility with various low-level cultivation techniques, and that anyone could easily learn it. He even said with a solemn expression, "If fellow Taoist does not believe me, I can swear to the heavens that every word I say is true and will not deceive fellow Taoist." Lu Yi stopped and looked at him with a frown. He had sworn to the heavens before, so he knew that this kind of oath with the heavens as witness was not a joke. He could not help but feel a little doubtful. Was there really such a powerful cultivation technique in this world? What kind of concept was it to triple a person's cultivation efficiency? Seeing that Lu Yi was tempted, the male cultivator gestured with his hand and said, "There are too many people here, so it's inconvenient to say too much. Fellow Taoist, this way please." Lu Yi thought for a moment and followed the man to a place with fewer people. "Swear." Lu Yi went straight to the point. The man swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and laughed. "All right, but fellow Taoist, if I swear, you can't not buy it. If the price is right, I will naturally buy it." The male cultivator nodded and said with a serious expression, "Itinerant cultivator Chen, he respectfully asks the heavens to bear witness that every word I say is true. If there is even half a lie, may I be tortured to death." An invisible force descended from the heavens and landed on the back of the male cultivator's hand. That was clearly where his battle imprint was. Lu Ye's expression was cold. This guy was really going all out in order to sell that cultivation technique. He even dared to swear such a vicious oath. "Show me," Lu Yi said. Chen he shook his head. "Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. That cultivation technique is simple and clear. If fellow Taoist sees it, you will immediately remember it in your heart. Why would you need to buy it?" "How much?" 30 spirit stones. Chen he quoted. Lu Yi turned around and left. Although he didn't know what was going on with that cultivation technique, and Chen he was even willing to take a heavenly mystery oath, he was sure that there was definitely something fishy about this cultivation technique. Otherwise, not to mention 30 spirit stones, even if it was 3,000 spirit stones, it would still be sold. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. When it comes to business, you have to raise the price and return the money when it comes down. If you don't try to return the price, how can you just turn around and leave like that? As a person, you have to be a little honest. Chen he hurriedly pulled Lu Yi back, earnestly persuading him. 3 pieces. Lu Yi followed the good advice and tried to make a counteroffer. "Deal." Chen he took out a jade slip and slapped it on Lu Ye's palm. Lu Ye's eyes twitched. Fellow Taoist, I've made a heavenly secret oath. Just now you said that I'll buy it if the price is right. You're the one who set the price yourself. Fellow Taoist, you can't go back on your word, right? Lu Ye was speechless. In the end, he took out 3 spirit stones and handed them to Chen He. After receiving the spirit stones, Chen He left happily. Holding the jade slip, Lu Ye didn't even have time to look at its contents before a person walked over with a chuckle and teased, "Got cheated?" Lu Ye raised his eyes to look at the other party. The person shrugged and said, "I was also cheated by him. That cultivation technique is completely useless." Lu Ye understood. "You were watching just now?" The person smiled and said, "2 people being unlucky is better than me being unlucky alone, don't you think so? I feel much better now." He even winked at Lu Ye. Lu Ye said indifferently, "If I were you, I would compete with him for business. If he can sell that cultivation technique, why can't you sell it? Instead of watching others get cheated, it's better to swindle some spirit stones yourself. Who knows, you might be able to make a fortune." The person fell into deep thought after hearing Lu Ye's word. After a while, he slapped his thigh and said, "That makes sense." When he looked up, Lu Ye's figure was already gone. Outside the market square, Lu Ye rode on the big tiger's back and left, too lazy to pay attention to the scheming of those unscrupulous merchants. Although he was sure that he had really been cheated, fortunately, he didn't spend too many spirit stones, only 3. He had just traded more than 100 spirit stones from the merchant union, so he didn't care too much about it. However, that Chen He had even sworn a heavenly secret oath, which meant that the cultivation technique was really, as he said, able to increase the efficiency of cultivation. Otherwise, he would have already been swallowed by the oath. What was going on? Lu Ye became suspicious and began to investigate the name of the cultivation technique. Gluttonous meal was the name of the cultivation technique. Moreover, it was a cultivation technique that was difficult to determine its rank because the entire cultivation technique path included only 15 spirit apertures. One had to know that the golden cicada carefree technique that Lu Ye cultivated was already the lowest level of yellow-grade cultivation technique, which could open 27 spirit apertures. This gluttonous meal only had 15 spirit apertures, which couldn't even compare to a yellow-grade cultivation technique. However, considering that this wasn't a cultivation technique, but a supplementary one, it was understandable. Just as Chen He had said before, the cultivation technique path was clear at a glance and extremely simple. Because the number of spirit apertures included was very small, and the spirit apertures were distributed near the lower abdomen, it had a very strong compatibility with all low-level cultivation technique. The compatibility between 2 cultivation techniques depended on how many spirit apertures there were in the cultivation technique path. The more the spirit apertures were repeated, the higher the compatibility. All low-level cultivation techniques would open spirit apertures near the lower abdomen because the source of the spirit aperture was there. Many low-level cultivation techniques would open spirit apertures that were almost exactly the same. It was only because the cultivation path was different that there were differences in the characteristics of the cultivation technique. If the same 9 spirit apertures were connected in a different order, the speed at which spirit energy flowed through them would be different, which would then affect a cultivator's strength. Therefore, the order of connection between spirit apertures was a very strict matter. The 15 spirit apertures of this gluttonous meal cultivation technique were basically the same as the 27 spirit apertures of the golden cicada carefree technique. There were only 2 spirit apertures that weren't included in the golden cicada carefree technique. In other words, if Lu Ye finished cultivating the golden cicada carefree technique and opened the other 2 spirit apertures, he would be able to see the secret of the gluttonous meal. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He would wait until he finished cultivating the golden cicada carefree technique and see if this gluttonous meal was really that miraculous and could double his cultivation efficiency. After putting away the jade slip, Lu Yi took out a map and compared it to the distance between the 3rd and 5th points of the Green Cloud Market, calculating the time he would need to spend. Then, he looked at the route he had planned for the Jade Blood Sect. After a little calculation, Lu Yi couldn't help but sigh. At this speed, even if he didn't encounter any delays on the way, it would take him a very long time to return to the Jade Blood Sect. If he encountered any delays, it would take even longer. The road ahead was long. Fortunately, Lu Yi wasn't alone. At the very least, he had Yi and Big Tiger accompanying him. Chapter 62. Half a month later, a travel-worn Lu Yi appeared in front of a canyon. Compared to the previous time when he was riding Big Tiger, he was undoubtedly much more relaxed now. When he rode Big Tiger on the first day, he was jolted to the point of almost falling apart, and his inner thighs were badly bruised. It was impossible for him to cultivate in that state. Today, he had completed his initial plan, which was to consume pills and cultivate while riding Big Tiger. Although the efficiency was not as good as normal, it was better than wasting time. After half a month, he had opened 3 more spirit apertures. Now, he was a cultivator with 25 apertures opened, only 2 more away from the 3rd order spirit stream realm. At this rate, he would be able to cultivate the Golden Cicada's unfettered chant to perfection in another 6 or 7 days. Not only had his strength grown, but Big Tiger had also become stronger. The snake meat in the storage bag had been divided between him and Big Tiger, and 80% of it had gone into Big Tiger's stomach. The snake meat was of great benefit to a monster beast like Big Tiger, not to mention that Lu Yi also gave it 2 spirit accumulation pills every day. In just half a month, Big Tiger's body seemed to have increased in size, becoming more majestic. Lu Yi had no way to judge Big Tiger's current strength, but he estimated that even if he fought with Big Tiger without the help of spirit runes and spirit talismans, he would not have any advantage. Yi was Big Tiger's puppet spirit, so when Big Tiger became stronger, she would also become stronger. Therefore, although the average strength of the group of 1 person, 1 tiger, and 1 spirit was not very high, if they worked together, the power they could exert could not be underestimated. This increased Lu Ye's capital to travel in the spirit stream battlefield, and he increasingly felt that it was a wise decision to bring Big Tiger and Yi. Along the way, Lu Yi passed by a neutral market. In that market, Lu Yi cultivated for a night and sold 2 pieces of yuan magnetic ore for some spirit stones. Now, he had more than 200 spirit stones in his hand. Just a little bit more, and he should have enough by the time he reached the next subunion of the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union. Jumping off Big Tiger's back, Lu Yi looked at the canyon in front of him and took out a map to compare. This was a place called the Sky-Splitting Gorge. The terrain was steep, and the cliffs on both sides were thousands of feet tall. From the map, the left side of the Sky-Splitting Gorge was the encampment of a sect called the Jiuxing sect, which belonged to the Wanmo Ridge. On the right side was the encampment of the Xian sect, which belonged to the Haotian Alliance. The Heaven-Splitting Gorge was located in the middle of the encampment of the 2 sects, and it was slightly closer to the 9 Stars sect. The ranks of the 2 sects were not high, Xian Men 9th rank and 9 Stars 8th rank. This kind of rank was normal in the outer circle of the battlefield. Moreover, the route that Lu Yi planned was an arc, almost close to the edge of the battlefield. So along the way, although they passed through the encampment of several sects, they were all 8th and 9th rank. He would not rashly enter the station of a higher grade sect, even if that sect belonged to Grand Heaven Alliance. Before entering the Spirit Stream battlefield, the last words of the sect master were still ringing in his ears. He did not dare to casually reveal his identity as a disciple of the Blue Blood sect, even if he did not know what the consequences would be. It was getting late, and Lu Yi didn't plan to enter the canyon now. After a day's journey, it wouldn't be too late to rest for a night and go tomorrow. Yi! Lu Yi called out. Got it! Yi's voice rang out. Then, she floated down from Da Hu's head and floated off into the distance. She was going to investigate their surroundings. After interacting with each other for a few days, they had formed a tacit understanding. Every time they rested, Yi would be responsible for investigating their surroundings, in case there were any hidden dangers. She was a spiritual body, so she could come and go without a trace, making it very convenient for her to do this. There were a few times when some hidden dangers were avoided in advance because of her. However, she and Da Hu were companions, so there was no way for her to be too far away from Da Hu. According to Yi, there was no problem for her to be within 10 kilometers of Da Hu. But once she was 10 kilometers away from Da Hu, she would rapidly weaken. If she maintained this state for too long, it was very likely that she would dissipate. Lu Yi began to look for a suitable place to stay for the night. After wandering outside for more than half a month, he was already familiar with this place. A suitable place to stay for the night must first be easy to advance and retreat, and second, it must be hidden enough to shelter him from the wind and rain. After searching for a while, Lu Yi brought Da Hu to a rocky area. Although this location wasn't good enough, there was no better place nearby. Looking at today's weather, it didn't look like it was going to rain, so there was no harm in making do for the night. Lu Yi took out the firewood he had prepared in advance from his storage bag and lit it. Then, he took out a large piece of beast meat and barbecued it over the fire. He then took out a bigger piece and threw it to Da Hu. Da Hu rushed to the side and wolfed it down. Looking at Da Hu's ferocious eating face, Lu Yi was a little worried. He thought that the Yun spirit pills he had saved before would be enough for him to use until he reached the third-order spirit stream realm, but now it seemed that it was barely enough. Da Hu consumed 2 Yun spirit pills a day, and he needed 11 or 12 to open one aperture. Now, he only had 30 or so Yun spirit pills on hand. By the time he opened 27 apertures, these Yun spirit pills would probably be exhausted. Moreover, he had a faint feeling that as Da Hu's strength improved, the consumption of Yun spirit pills would increase. It was worrying. However, this was also the price he had to pay for bringing Da Hu and Yi on the road. At the very least, he could still cultivate while he was on the road, saving a lot of time. For a low-level cultivator like him, the time he had to cultivate in the early stages was precious. The beast meat barbecued on the bonfire dripped with oil, making a sizzling sound. Da Hu, who was eating raw meat, suddenly looked up in a direction and let out a low growl. Immediately, he rushed out and rushed in that direction. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, but then he reacted. Something had happened to Yi. Yi was a nightmare spirit transformed from Da Hu, so they had an extremely close connection. Therefore, if anything happened to Yi, Da Hu would be able to feel it. Da Hu's speed was very fast. Even if Lu Yi poured his spirit qi into his legs, he could only eat dust behind him. In a hurry, he could only shout, "Hu po, don't be impulsive." He still didn't know what had happened to Yi, so it wasn't a good idea to rush over like this. Da Hu slowed down a little. After Lu Yi caught up, he flipped over and Da Hu sped up. After a short while, behind a huge rock, a ball of fire came into view. There were several cultivators gathered around a bonfire. It seemed that they were preparing to spend the night here. In front of the cultivators was something that looked like a big bell. Spirit light flowed on the big bell, and complex and mysterious patterns gathered to form a pattern that slowly rotated around the big bell. Inside the big bell, there was a faint sound of impact. Yi was trapped inside. Seeing this scene, Lu Yi knew what was going on. Yi was a spirit body, so ordinary methods couldn't trap her at all. That big bell was a spirit artifact. Fortunately, after Lu Ye's reminder, Da Hu was able to suppress his bestial impulses and didn't immediately pounce. Lu Yi urged his spirit qi to gather in his eyes and looked at the spirit qi on the cultivators. 4 cultivators, 1 at the second layer of the spirit stream realm, 2 at the third layer, and 1 at the fourth layer. Chapter 63. Among the 4 cultivators, there were 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was a second-order spirit stream realm cultivator. She was wearing light clothes and had an enchanting figure. She was snuggling up to another third-order spirit stream realm cultivator, who was holding her in his arms. The two looked very intimate. The third-order spirit stream realm cultivator was very handsome and wore luxurious clothes. He had a sword at his waist and a bulging storage bag hanging from his waist. He seemed to have an extraordinary status. The other third-order spirit stream realm cultivator was a stocky man. His clothes were tight to his body, faintly revealing his well-defined muscles. At this moment, he was standing in front of the man and woman who were hugging each other like a guard. The fourth-order spirit stream realm cultivator was a man as thin as a bamboo pole. He was looking around vigilantly. The arrival of Lu Yi and Da, who did not alarm them. 1 man and 1 tiger were hiding about 10 feet away from them, looking through the gaps between the rocks. Lu Yi did not know how Yi was trapped by them, but the methods of cultivators were mysterious and unpredictable. There were always many things that Lu Yi did not understand. The most important thing right now was to rescue Yi. It had to be said that the fourth-order spirit stream realm cultivator gave him a lot of pressure, not to mention that there were 4 of them. "Young master, what is that?" A pleasant voice was heard. It was the woman who asked. Although the Xianling bell was triggered, they did not see how it was triggered. Only the owner of the Xianling bell could figure out what was going on. The handsome man who was hugging her formed a seal with 1 hand. After sensing it, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Interesting. Is it a spirit body?" The profound spirit bell was his spirit artifact. It was an extremely powerful and hidden protective spirit artifact. Spirit body? The woman shrank back and deliberately burrowed into the man's arms. "Young master, I'm scared." The young master laughed and patted the woman's soft waist. "Don't be scared." He signaled to the fourth-order spirit stream realm cultivator and said, "Senior Brother Zhang, go and try." Senior Brother Zhang nodded and said, "Yes." He walked towards the big bell on the ground. When he got close, he suddenly threw a punch. A loud bang was heard, followed by Yi's miserable shriek from within the bell. It was obvious that she had been injured. Roar! A tiger's roar resounded through the forest. A snow-white figure rushed out from its hiding place and pounced straight at Senior Brother Zhang. Big Tiger had been provoked. Although Lu Yi had told it not to be impulsive, and it had listened, seeing that Yi was hurt, its bestial instincts eventually overcame its rationality. It had very little rationality to begin with. Not only were the 4 cultivators shocked, even Lu Yi was caught off guard. He was still thinking about how to save Yi, when the tiger pounced. A fishy smell filled the air. The woman cried out in fear. This time she was really frightened. The stocky man immediately changed his position and stood in front of the young master and the woman. Senior Brother Zhang, who had the highest cultivation base, was shocked. He formed a seal with 1 hand and lightning began to flicker on his fingertip. But in the next moment, his expression changed, because behind Big Tiger's vigorous figure, another figure actually dashed out. It was none other than Lu Yi. Big Tiger had rashly attacked, and he didn't have time to think of a countermeasure. He rushed out with Big Tiger, using the cover of Big Tiger's body to buy him some time. He pounced straight at the young master. Among the 4, it was clear that the young master was the leader. As long as he could capture the young master, all of their problems would be solved. This was the only solution they had. "Stop him!" Senior Brother Zhang shouted and raised his hand to strike Big Tiger. A bolt of lightning visible to the naked eye shot out from his palm and struck Big Tiger's body. Big Tiger roared in pain, its roar shaking the heavens as a wave of qi rushed forward. This tiger's roar caused Senior Brother Zhang's mind to go blank for a moment. His heart trembled. What a vicious beast! If this vicious beast were to mature, its strength would definitely far surpass that of other vicious beasts of the same level. He touched his storage pouch, and two curved blades appeared in his hand. He held them upside down and charged at Big Tiger. On the other side, Lu Yi placed one hand on his saber and poured spiritual power into his legs. He rushed at the stocky man like a gust of wind. The other party let out a low roar as his spirit chi surged. The clothes that were originally clinging to his body burst apart and his sturdy figure seemed to swell up. He then touched his storage pouch and pulled out a 2-meter-long hammer which he held horizontally in front of him. Just by standing there, he gave off an impregnable feeling. It would not be easy to break through his blockade and capture the young master behind him. What's more, the young master was not an ordinary person. He was a third-order spirit stream realm cultivator, and there was a second-order spirit stream realm woman beside him. The distance between the two sides quickly narrowed. Lu Yi placed his other hand on the hilt of his saber and made a gesture of drawing it, but when he raised his hand there was no saber light. Instead, a burning fire snake appeared out of thin air and shot towards the stocky man. "Fire snake talisman!" the stocky man shouted, secretly cursing his enemy's cunning. He had obviously made a gesture of drawing his saber, but he had actually secretly shot out a spirit talisman, causing him to be overwhelmed. At this time, the best solution was naturally to avoid the attack of this spirit talisman. Although the power of this fire snake talisman was not small and its range was quite large, if he wanted to, he could still avoid it. However, he would definitely fall into a passive situation. However, the young master was right behind him, so how could he dare to avoid it? Gritting his teeth, he hurriedly took out a golden body talisman and slapped it onto his body while pushing his protective spirit chi to protect himself. There was a huge explosion of fire, and the flying fire snakes engulfed the sturdy man's figure. The next moment, he rushed out of the fire unscathed and rushed towards Lu Yi. He raised the sledgehammer in his hand and shouted angrily, "Do you think a mere talisman can hurt me?" Just as his arrogant words fell, a saber light flashed and the stocky man staggered back a step, reaching out to cover his throat and even dropping his weapon on the ground. Huff huff! He gasped for breath, but blood gushed out from his hands. He couldn't stop it no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't figure out why his well-tempered spirit chi couldn't even block a single slash from his opponent. The golden body talisman he slapped on his body was broken by the fire snake talisman, but he still had his protective spirit chi. Moreover, he walked the path of a body cultivator, which was why he had been standing in front of the young master. In the cultivation world, body cultivators were the most durable. Powerful body cultivators could even resist the spells of spell cultivators with their bodies. Although he was a small body cultivator and couldn't fully exert the advantages of a body cultivator, in any case, his defense shouldn't have been broken by a single slash. However, in fact, his throat was cut open by Lu Ye's saber. If his body wasn't strong enough, this slash would have cut off his entire head. The destructive power of a spirit weapon long saber enhanced by sharpness spirit inscriptions was beyond the imagination of this body cultivator. Lu Yi was also very surprised. He didn't want to kill his opponent with a single slash. He instinctively swung his saber just to force his opponent to retreat, but the result of this slash was unexpectedly powerful. Chapter 64. Lu Yi guessed that this was related to his recent increase in strength. The stronger he was, the more powerful his spirit inscriptions would be. In the end, spirit inscriptions were based on his spirit energy. Moreover, the long saber in his hand could barely be classified as a spirit artifact, unlike the common iron sword from before. The same spirit inscription on a spirit artifact and a common iron sword had different power. With a fire snake talisman and a sharp slash, Lu Yi, with his second-order spirit stream realm cultivation, was able to cut down a third-order body cultivator. His figure barely paused as he passed by the body cultivator and arrived in front of the brightly dressed young master. The young master was obviously scared silly, mainly because the series of unforeseen events happened too quickly. He was still thinking about studying the spiritual body trapped by the profound spirit bell when Senior Brother Zhang punched out. A big snow-white tiger rushed out, followed by a fierce cultivator. Before he could figure out the situation, the body cultivator in front of him clutched his neck and fell down. At the critical moment of life and death, the young master instinctively pushed the woman in his arms. Caught off guard, the woman was pushed towards Lu Ye's blade. The woman's expression was one of panic as she watched the saber flash before her eyes. She only had time to push her spirit energy to protect herself before her vision began to turn upside down and she quickly lost consciousness. Taking advantage of the short time the woman had bought, the young master hurriedly took out a spirit talisman from his storage bag, poured his spirit energy into it, and threw it out. Lu Ye's brutality had really frightened him. He rarely fought with people face to face. Usually, when he killed someone, it was his two senior brothers who captured them first or beat them half to death before letting him take action. He had never experienced such a dangerous and exciting scene. He even forgot to take back his profound spirit bell to protect himself for a moment. On the other hand, Lu Yi was extremely calm from beginning to end and had a clear goal. His second-order spirit stream realm cultivation allowed him to display the aura of a ninth-order master. Temperament was related to a person's past experience. The young master, who had lived a life of luxury since childhood, was naturally inferior to a miner who struggled to survive in the cracks. In the blink of an eye, a slash appeared in front of Lu Yi. He was not surprised by this. That stout man had a golden body talisman to protect himself, so this young master must have one as well. Lu Ye's spirit energy surged and roared as the two major circulatory cycles were pushed to the limit. Lu Ye's eyes were overflowing with spirit energy as he clearly saw where the slash was going to land. A triangular shield-like object with complicated patterns appeared on Lu Ye's chest. It was a defensive spirit rune. Almost as soon as the spirit pattern was formed, the spirit talisman's attack arrived. Lu Yi only felt a strong force smashing into his chest, causing his chest to feel stuffy and short of breath. He didn't know how much of an impact this strike would have on him, but he didn't have the time to pay attention to it. He had already arrived in front of the young master. Under the young master's bewildered gaze, he stabbed out with his saber. The young master hurriedly activated his protective spiritual energy as if it was made of paper. It was pierced through by the long blade. The sharp blade pierced through his shoulder blade and blood splashed out. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Lu Yi pulled out his saber, turned around, and arrived behind the young master, placing his saber across the young master's neck. The young master's scream came to an abrupt end. Feeling the cold touch on his neck, he froze in place. From the moment whose whereabouts were exposed until now, only 5 breaths of time had passed. Lu Yi had broken through the stout body cultivator's blockade, killed the second-order woman, and captured the young master in front of him. During this time, he had activated 3 sharpness spirit runes and 1 defensive spirit rune. He didn't even have time to think during the entire process. Slashing out with his saber, killing the young master, all in a single breath. *awo. Asda who roared. His sturdy figure was sent flying, slamming into a nearby rock wall and sliding down. He wasn't the opponent of the 4th-order cultivator at all. In just a few moments, he was completely at a disadvantage. However, the victor didn't show the slightest joy. Turning his head to look at the messy battlefield, his eyes filled with disbelief, junior brother Sun clutched his throat and fell to the ground, his eyes wide and his body twitching constantly. Although he hadn't died yet, his injuries were beyond saving. Junior Martial Sister Yuan's headless corpse fell to the side. Blood gushed out from her neck, making a sizzling sound. Her charming head rolled to the side, and there was still a frightened expression on her face. Young Master's shoulder was bleeding profusely. A long saber was placed on his neck. Behind the young master, a figure was hidden. Only one eye could be seen. It was staring at him like a lone wolf. It was fierce and decisive. "What's going on?" Senior Brother Zhang's scalp went numb. He had only fought with the snow-white tiger for a moment, so how did his 3 fellow disciples end up with 2 dead, 1 injured, and even captured? "Who is this?" De Hu, who had been sent flying, got up and walked over step by step. However, he didn't rush to attack Senior Brother Zhang because he realized that he wasn't his opponent. Now that Lu Yi had captured one of the opponents, there was no need for him to be anxious. "Release him." Lu Yi stared at Senior Brother Zhang and shouted. "Who are you?" Senior Brother Zhang gritted his teeth and asked. In his mind, he could think of a worthy opponent, but none of them matched Lu Yi. Lu Yi withdrew his saber and stabbed it into the young master's thigh. A scream rang out as the young master almost fell to his knees. Lu Yi held him up to stabilize his body. Lu Yi pulled out his saber and blood spurted out. Lu Yi rested his saber on the young master's neck and looked at Senior Brother Zhang, repeating his words, "Release him." "You!" Senior Brother Zhang's eyes almost popped out of their socket. He had underestimated Lu Ye's decisiveness and fierceness. He had only spoken a few words and the young master had been stabbed again. The other party's meaning was obvious: if he dared to speak any more nonsense, he would be stabbed again. He didn't know where the next stab would land. With the young master restrained, Senior Brother Zhang didn't dare to rush forward even though he was a 4th-order cultivator. Right now, ensuring the young master's safety was more important, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete his task. With a gloomy face, Senior Brother Zhang said, "This profound spirit bell is a spirit artifact bestowed by the sect's seniors. Once it's activated, it won't be easy to open, it will take some time." Schwa. A saber light flashed and an arm flew off. The young master who was captured in front of Lu Yi was stunned for a moment before his body trembled violently. He screamed loudly but didn't dare to make any movements because the sharp weapon on his neck could cut his neck at any time. He roared, "Zhang Wu, are you trying to kill this young master? I'll fuck your whole family's ancestors." "Release him." Lu Ye's voice was low. He had obviously lost his patience. "Release, release, release." The young master's face was covered in tears and snot. The pain was driving him crazy. The only reason he didn't faint was because he was a 3rd-order cultivator. He barely managed to lift his remaining arm and formed a seal with his hand. The profound spirit bell that was upside down on the ground immediately flew up. The big bell spun and quickly shrank, flying back to the young master's hand. Lu Yi was stunned. Only now did he know that the spirit artifact was controlled by the young master who had been trapped, broke free and rushed towards Big Tiger. She plunged into Big Tiger's body and disappeared. Although Senior Brother Zhang wanted to do something, he didn't dare to act rashly. He looked at Lu Yi who was hiding behind the young master and slowly said, "Release the young master and today's matter will be forgotten. I can make a heaven's secret oath." "Good." Lu Yi responded and reached out to push the young master. The young master staggered forward a few steps. Before he could feel the joy of surviving a disaster, a hot spring gushed out from his neck. "How dare you!" Senior Brother Zhang roared. Chapter 65. This battle caught Lu Yi off guard. He didn't even know who his opponent was, but since he followed De Hu out, the outcome of this battle was destined. Either you die or I die. There was no reason in the cultivation world. Cultivation realm was reason. He was only a 2nd-order spirit stream realm cultivator, so he couldn't reason with others. He might even get himself killed. After he attacked, he killed 2 of his opponents in a row. It was a battle to the death. Although Senior Brother Zhang was willing to swear a heaven's secret oath that as long as Lu Yi released the young master, he would drop the matter, that was only his oath. It had to be known that the one Lu Yi had captured was the young master of a sect. How could such a character be willing to give up after suffering such a great loss? Even if Lu Yi forced him to swear a heavenly oath, he still had an entire sect behind him. others wouldn't be bound by a heaven's secret oath. In the end, the most likely outcome was that Lu Yi would be hunted down by an entire sect. There was only one way to avoid such an outcome: chase them all out. Of the 4 cultivators, 2 were dead and 1 was seriously injured. The young master's neck was cut open by a long blade, and blood gushed out like a fountain. He raised his hand to cover his neck, but there was little effect. At the same time that senior brother Zhang roared, Lu Yi kicked the young master's back, sending him flying towards Zhang Wu. "Save me!" The young master bared his fangs and brandished his claws in the air. Looking at the young master rushing towards him, he could vaguely see Lu Yi hiding behind the young master and rushing towards him. Zhang Wu actually lost his sense of propriety. If he didn't catch the young master at this time, the young master would definitely fall to the ground. At that time, his injuries would become even more serious and he might not be able to be saved. Although the young master's neck was cut open, the person who attacked was quite restrained. If he rescued him in time, he might be able to save the young master. But if he caught the young master, he wouldn't be able to block the other party's attack. In that instant of hesitation, Zhang Wu felt the enemy's cunning. In the end, he didn't dare to let the young master fall. This time, he failed to protect the young master, so punishment was inevitable, but as long as he could save the young master's life, at least he wouldn't die. But if the young master died, then there was no way he could survive. Zhang Wu clasped the 2 curved blades in his hands and took 2 steps forward. He raised his hand to catch the young master flying towards him, and at the same time, activated his protective spiritual energy. He had already clearly seen the other party's cultivation. It was only a second-order spirit stream realm cultivator. Yang Kai's 4th-order cultivation was much stronger than the other party's, so he was confident that even if the other party attacked, Yang Kai's protective spirit energy would be able to withstand a blow or 2. Puchi, the sound of the long blade cutting into flesh was heard. The young master, who was caught by Zhang Wu, widened his eyes and opened his mouth wide. The intense pain made him scream again. Zhang Wu's pupils contracted to the extreme at this moment. He watched as a long saber pierced through the young master's chest and headed straight for him. He activated his protective spiritual energy with all his might. If he had seen how Lu Yi had broken through the body cultivator's defense, he would not have been so blindly confident. Unfortunately, he had been fighting with Big Tiger and had not seen how the body cultivator had died. The snow-white blade flashed with a light. With the support of the sharpness spirit inscription, the protective spiritual energy of a 4th-order spirit stream realm cultivator could not withstand this sharp blade. The protective spiritual energy only blocked the long saber's advance for a moment before it was pierced. Zhang Wu felt the pain in his chest. At this moment of life and death, he suddenly bent his body to prevent the long saber from piercing deeper into his body. At the same time, he let go of the young master in his arms and crossed his 2 curved blades to block the long saber. The saber had penetrated 3 inches into the young master's flesh and could not pierce any further. Zhang Wu let out a long breath. Just when he thought he had blocked the other party's attack, a strong wind suddenly rushed towards him from behind. Oh no! Zhang Wu immediately realized what had happened. Although the other party was only 1 person, there was still a big white tiger. The one rushing towards him from behind was undoubtedly that big white tiger. Just as he was about to respond, his shoulder suddenly sank, as if something heavy was pressing down on it. At the same time, a fierce roar sounded in his ears. The sound entered his ears and caused him to be slightly dazed. The young master, who was held in the middle by Lu Ye's long saber, was not dead yet. He faced Zhang Wu's direction and opened his mouth wide. He watched as the delicate porcelain doll-like spirit rushed behind Zhang Wu and shouted into his ears. Then, Big Tiger's sturdy body rushed over and its 2 front paws slammed into Zhang Wu's back. The overwhelming power caused Zhang Wu's bent body to straighten up and he took a few steps forward. With a chi-chi sound, the long saber pierced through his chest and came out of his body. With a successful strike, Lu Yi immediately pulled out his saber and jumped back. Not only him, Big Tiger, who had slapped him on the back, also nimbly retreated several meters. Almost at the same time as Big Tiger retreated, Zhang Wu stabbed the air with his saber. His body couldn't help but stagger back a few steps. His body went soft and he hurriedly used his curved saber to support himself, avoiding the fate of falling to the ground. Lu Yi looked at the wound on his chest and frowned. His saber was aimed at the other party's heart, but from the result it didn't go as planned. The saber's position was off, and it didn't immediately take the other party's life. When Lu Yi pulled out his saber and Zhang Wu staggered back, the young master in the middle also fell to the ground. His blood dyed the ground red, and his body twitched a few times before it stopped moving. At this moment, Zhang Wu couldn't care less about the young master's life or death. He only knew that he was going to die here today. He was a fourth-order spirit stream realm cultivator, but in just a few breaths, he was beaten dizzy by a second-order spirit stream realm cultivator and Big Tiger. If he didn't experience this personally, no one would believe him. What grade of spirit artifact did the other party have? It was actually able to break through his body protecting spirit chi. Feeling his injuries, Zhang Wu knew that he couldn't be saved. Although he wouldn't die for the time being, if this injury wasn't treated immediately, it would only get worse. Looking at the other party's ruthless style, it was obvious that they wouldn't let him leave this place alive. Gasping for breath, he raised his hand and pressed it on the back of his other hand. The back of his hand immediately glowed with a faint red light. Lu Yi looked at him vigilantly. According to his thinking, Zhang Wu was already seriously injured, so there was no need for him to fight fiercely. He only needed to slowly deal with him, and sooner or later, he would be able to kill him. But when he saw the red light on the back of the other party's hand, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Hu Pe! Lu Yi shouted as he charged at Zhang Wu with his saber. Zhang Wu quickly got up. His body was unstable and blood was flowing from his chest, but he still smiled fiercely. 9 stars sect won't let you go. You're dead. Lu Yi chopped down with his saber, and Zhang Wu raised his saber to block the attack. However, Big Tiger took the opportunity to pounce from the side, and he couldn't guard against it. Big Tiger bit down hard on Zhang Wu's thigh, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Yi also appeared and clung onto Zhang Wu's back, screaming and shrieking as she played her role as much as possible. Big Tiger, who had bitten off a chunk of flesh, was sent flying by Zhang Wu's kick, and Yi, who was clinging onto his back, was also sent flying by his body-protecting spirit chi. Zhang Wu's saber crossed, and Lu Yi was pushed to the side. Although he quickly stabilized himself, a flash of saber light appeared in his eyes. Chapter 66. Zhang Wu was a fourth-order spirit stream realm cultivator, so his combat experience was obviously much richer than Lu Ye's. With 2 swords in hand, he danced about in a daze. Lu Yi had just raised his saber to block his opponent's attack when the curved blade in his other hand stabbed towards him at an extremely fast speed. At this moment it was obviously too late to block. Just when Zhang Wu thought he was about to succeed, a small triangular shield-like thing suddenly appeared around Lu Ye's body. With a ding, the curved blade stabbed into the defensive spirit rune, blocking this brutal blow. Lu Yi shifted his center of gravity and slid sideways, slashing his saber diagonally. The sharp blade left a long wound on Zhang Wu's arm, causing his flesh to bleed. De Hu also took advantage of the situation and pounced forward, his roar shaking the sky. Yi's figure was like a ghost, drifting from place to place, drawing Zhang Wu's attention. 3 against 1. A moment later, Lu Yi panted heavily, his saber once again piercing through Zhang Wu's chest, but this time it pierced his heart. Zhang Wu's head drooped and he lost all signs of life, his hands hanging by his side as his weapon fell to the ground. This difficult battle finally ended with Lu Ye's victory. However, he had also paid a heavy price. Not only had he consumed more than half of his spirit chi, but there were also 4 bone-deep wounds on his body. Blood had almost completely dyed his clothes red, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. The defensive spirit rune could indeed block the opponent's attacks, but there were several times when Lu Yi didn't have time to activate it. The opponent's attacks were too fast, and this was a gap brought about by his cultivation and combat experience. Fortunately, the injuries he received were not fatal. As a second-order spirit stream realm cultivator, he had fought a fourth-order spirit stream realm cultivator and had even seriously injured his opponent. Even though he had a great advantage, he still had to pay such a huge price to take down his opponent. This made Lu Yi deeply realize his own shortcomings. Not only did he suffer heavy injuries, but De Hu and Yi were also not in good condition. Half of De Hu's body was blood-red, and Yi's figure had become much dimmer. Hurriedly cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the storage bags of the dead, Lu Yi didn't even let go of the young master's profound spirit bell. He leapt onto De Hu's back and shouted, "Let's go!" Big Tiger leaped out and rushed toward the sky-splitting gorge. Halfway through the journey, Lu Yi's vision began to blur and his body was about to collapse. He felt that he could not hold on any longer. He only had time to remind Yi and Big Tiger, "If you encounter a fork in the road, don't wander around. Find a place to hide. We'll talk about other things when I wake up." Before Yi could react, Lu Yi's body tilted and almost fell off the tiger's back. She hurriedly went forward and supported Lu Yi. Less than half an hour after Big Tiger left with Lu Yi, a figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The person looked at the traces left behind on the battlefield and shouted, "Found it!" In an instant 2 more figures flew over from nearby. The 3 of them looked at the messy battlefield and knew that things were not good. "What should we do?" informed Senior Apprentice Brother Chao Yi. Saying so, one of them sighed and activated his war brand to send out a message. After waiting for a moment, a burly figure descended, his body shrouded in a rich aura. Judging from his aura, it was even stronger than the 5th-order spirit stream realm cultivators Lu Yi had seen before. Senior Apprentice Brother Chao. The 3 of them saluted. Chao Yi stepped forward and checked the bodies of his 4 fellow disciples. His face gradually became gloomy. From the remnants of the battlefield, Junior Apprentice Brother Sun's neck had been cut off and he bled to death in a short time. Junior Apprentice Sister Yuan had been decapitated. The young master had wounds on his thigh, shoulder, neck, and an arm. The fatal wound was on his chest. As for Zhang Wu, there were many wounds on his body. He had obviously experienced a great battle, and the fatal wound was on his chest. Waste. Chao Yi gritted his teeth and cursed. He really couldn't figure out how the young master, who had the protection of the profound spirit bell, died. One had to know that although the profound spirit bell was only a low-grade spirit artifact, its defensive power was still very strong. When in danger, as long as the profound spirit bell was used, even if it was against a 7th-layer spirit stream realm cultivator, it would be able to resist for a while. Those below the 7th-layer spirit stream realm would not be able to break through the profound spirit bell's protection in a short time. And in the outermost ring of the battlefield, forget the 7th layer of the spirit stream realm, even the 6th layer of the spirit stream realm was rarely seen. Cultivators at the 6th or 7th layer of the spirit stream realm were like overlords in this place. Cultivators at this level of cultivation usually stayed in their own sect's encampment and would not go out easily. If it were not for Zhang Wu's message, he would not have come here. With the protection of the profound spirit bell and the 4th order Zhang Wu following him, he and Dong Shu Yi were not worried about letting the young master wander outside. What's more, this location was still within the range of Jiu Xing sect's encampment. Unfortunately, the young master was killed in his own sect's territory. How could he explain this to the sect master? It could be said that the 9-star sect's face had been completely destroyed. Chao Yi could almost imagine how furious those old men in the sect would be when this news spread back to the sect. Send a message back. Seal off the surrounding 100 miles and search for a youth with a white tiger. His cultivation is around 3rd or 4th layer spirit stream realm, and he uses a saber-type spirit artifact. Regardless of faction or origin, those who provide information will be rewarded with 30 spirit stones. Those who kill him will be rewarded with 500 spirit stones. Those who capture him will be rewarded with 1,000 spirit stones. Chao Ye's low voice rang out. The 3 cultivators' expressions brightened as they hurriedly accepted the order. Although Zhang Wu had only sent back a simple message before his death, that was the youth with the white tiger, 2nd layer spirit stream realm. However, Chao Yi had clearly discovered more things. Zhang Wu had fought a great battle with the murderer and was killed afterwards. So, Chao Yi deduced that the other party's cultivation was not just 2nd layer spirit stream realm. It was very likely that he was 3rd or 4th layer spirit stream realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill Zhang Wu. As for the saber, it was even simpler. The wounds on the young master and Zhang Wu's bodies were very obvious. The other party might have a very good spirit artifact in his hands. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the weak to defeat the strong and kill Zhang Wu. While he was deep in thought, Chao Yi suddenly turned his head to look in a direction and shouted in a low voice, "Who's there?" As his voice fell, a handsome man in a green robe with an elegant demeanor walked out from the darkness. The man had a long sword at his waist. He had one hand on the hilt of the sword as he walked out casually like a king patrolling his own territory. The moment he saw this man, Chao Yi acted as if he was facing a great enemy. His spirit energy quickly circulated as he gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, "Wang Yang." He couldn't be blamed for being so nervous. Although he was a 6th layer spirit stream realm cultivator, the other party was a 7th layer spirit stream realm cultivator. Don't look at the difference of 1 layer spirit stream realm. In the spirit stream realm, the 4th layer and the 7th layer were a watershed. Crossing this layer would greatly increase one's strength. In their previous confrontations, Chao Yi had suffered many losses at the hands of the other party. So, when he saw this guy appear, Chao Yi had a headache. He was confident that he could escape. After all, he was a body cultivator. His skin was rough and his flesh was thick. Even if he couldn't defeat Wang Yang, he could still run for his life. However, the same couldn't be said for his 3 fellow disciples. Why didn't this dog stay in the profound sect's encampment? Why did he come out? Chao Yi cursed in his heart. He knew that the commotion here was too big and attracted the attention of the profound sect. Chapter 67. Jiu Xing sect and Xian sect's encampments were next to each other, but they were in different camps, so naturally, there was friction between them. It could be said that over the years, their blood feud could not be resolved. Although the 9 Stars sect was an 8th rank sect, which was 1 rank higher than the Celestial sect of Wonders, the Celestial sect of Wonders had the upper hand in the Spirit Stream realm. Therefore, the 8th rank 9 Stars sect of Wonders had suffered quite a bit in the hands of the 9th rank Celestial sect of Wonders. Especially this Wang Yang, who was one of the most extreme weapon cultivators. His combat strength was unquestionable, and in the entire Jiuxing sect, only Dong Shai, who stayed behind to guard the encampment, could fight with him. Chao Yi admitted that he was not his opponent. Behind Wang Yang there was a young girl with 2 buns. She had an exquisite figure and looked pure and cute. She followed behind Wang Yang like she was his maidservant. In fact, this was indeed the case. Wang Yang was born in a large mortal family, and the young girl was a maidservant who grew up with him. When Wang Yang joined Xian sect, he brought his own maidservant with him. Unexpectedly, both of them had good cultivation, aptitude, and talent. Now, they were both disciples of Xian sect. In name, they were brother and sister, but in reality, they were master and servant. The master and servant pair acted as if they did not see Chao Yi and the others and went straight to the battlefield. Wang Yang looked around and raised his brow, saying in surprise, "Who killed your young master?" He had been wondering why Jiu Xing sect was so lively tonight, but it turned out that something so big had happened. He had only come out to investigate the situation after receiving the news. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a 7th-order spirit stream realm cultivator like him to leave the sect's encampment at will. Chao Yi stared at him, not letting go of any expression on his face, but he did not see anything strange. "I told Dong Shai long ago to keep an eye on this piece of trash, but he refused to listen. Now, he's been hacked to death." Wang Yang had a gloating expression as he turned to Chao Yi. "Do you know who did it?" Chao Yi did not want to answer, but he had to, a young man with a white tiger. Wang Yang rubbed his chin. Never heard of him. A rogue cultivator? Or a disciple from a big sect? After thinking about it, he shook his head. "Forget it, it's none of my business anyway." "Run!" Chao Yi suddenly shouted. At the same time, the ground under his feet exploded, and his figure fled into the distance. "Ha ha!" Wang Yang chuckled as he unsheathed the sword in his hand, sending a streak of sword light towards Chao Yi. At the same time, the young girl behind him with a harmless look on her face also surged with spiritual energy. She raised her hand and a spell was cast. Her slender fingers pointed at the 3 Jiuxing sect disciples. After a short moment, Wang Yang who'd pursued Chao Yi returned, and he still had a carefree expression on his face. "Young master, one ran away." The maidservant Xiao Zhu walked up to report the results of the battle. In front of Wang Yang, she was an obedient and cute maidservant, but in front of the 9 Stars sect disciples, she was a powerful cultivator at the 6th-order spirit stream realm. The average cultivation of the 3 9-star sect disciples was at the 3rd or 4th order, so how could they be her opponent? However, the 3 of them were smart enough to split up and escape. Xiao Zhu only managed to kill 2 of them, and by the time she chased after the last one, he had already disappeared. "So be it," Wang Yang replied indifferently. Chao Yi had also run away, and he couldn't help but sigh. Body cultivators were really tough. "Also, call me senior brother." Wang Yang raised his hand and knocked on Xiao Zhu's head. Xiao Zhu immediately covered her head with her hands and pouted. "How many people do we have left?" Wang Yang asked again. "Less than 300. Xiao Zhu replied, "But if we include the rogue cultivators, we have about 500 people. What about the 5th order?" "Only 6. TSK. Wang Yang curled his lips. A bunch of dogs, all of them running out to fish for benefits, leaving this young master here to guard the gate alone. Too much. The number of spirit stream realm cultivators in the profound sect was naturally far more than 300. However, these people couldn't all stay near the encampment, as that wouldn't benefit anyone. The cultivators would explore and travel, especially those cultivators above the 5th order. They basically wouldn't stay in the outer circle, because the benefits they could obtain in the outer circle were too few. After they reached the 5th order, they would choose to stay close to the inner circle. Correspondingly, the low-level disciples of the mid-level and large sects would also come to the profound sect's territory to gain experience. While they were under the protection of the profound sect, they would also be mobilized to a certain extent. It wasn't just the profound sect that was like this, as all the large sects in the outer circle were like this. In the spirit stream battlefield, the large and small sects were very close to each other, and their disciples frequently interacted with each other. However, it was also because of this reason that only 6 5th-order cultivators could be dispatched from the profound sect. 2 of them had only recently broken through to the 5th order and hadn't had the time to leave yet. The remaining 4 were over 40 years old and didn't have much room for improvement in their cultivations. In the spirit stream realm, the age range of cultivators was very large. There were youths like Lu Yi, who hadn't cultivated for long, and old foxes who had cultivated for dozens of years. Without exception, all of them had very low innate talent, and their cultivations were all hard work over time. Young master wants to. Xiao Zhu looked at Wang Yang. Wang Yang grinned. Send out the message, the hunt has begun. Make the little guys restless. Also, pay attention to that youth with the white tiger. If there's any news, report it immediately. In the 9 Stars Sect's encampment, Dong Shai looked at the wounded Chao Yi and frowned. What happened? Chao Ye's mouth twitched. We met that crazy Wang Yang. Hearing Wang Yang's name, Dong Shai's face couldn't help but twitch. After a moment of silence, he said, in other words, the news has already spread? Chao Yi sighed. We caused such a big commotion, we can't hide it. Young master's death. Do you think it has anything to do with the profound sect? Chao Yi recalled Wang Yang's expression and shook his head. It doesn't have much to do with it. Wang Yang sensed that there was movement here, so he ran out to investigate the situation. When he saw the young master's corpse, he was also surprised. Moreover, with his arrogance, if the young master was really killed by the profound sect, he wouldn't deny it. Instead, he would publicize it. Dong Shai nodded slightly. That's true. The blood feud between them couldn't be resolved. If the other party really killed the young master, there was nothing to hide. I've already sent out a message to seal off the surrounding 50 kilometers. The cultivation of the person who killed the young master shouldn't be high, so they won't be able to leave in a short time. As long as their whereabouts are exposed, they won't be able to escape. I'm just afraid that the profound sect will interfere. Dong Shai frowned. The profound sect will definitely make a move, but the young master's death must be explained to the old men in the sect. Otherwise, you and I won't be able to answer. Dong Shai sighed and said, I can't leave the encampment, so I'll leave the outside matters to you. Senior brother, don't worry. Chao Yi nodded. Although he was injured by Wang Yang, it was only flesh wounds. With the quality of his body, he would be more or less healed after a night of rest. Oh right, there's still the young master's corpse. Dong Shai thought of another matter. Chao Yi braced himself and said, I'll go and bring the young master's corpse back tomorrow. He prayed in his heart that Wang Yang wouldn't take the young master's corpse away. With that guy's character, he wouldn't do something so tasteless. Chapter 68. In the darkness, Lu Yi slowly woke up and immediately felt the pain of his wounds. Beside him, there was the sound of heavy breathing. It was Hupo. He opened his eyes and clearly saw his surroundings. In a dark and deep passageway, there was the sound of wind whimpering in his ears. This passageway wasn't sealed, but was open at both ends. Realizing this, Lu Yi immediately understood that he should still be in the heaven-splitting gorge. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious for, but it couldn't have been too long. Hupa didn't bring him through the heaven-splitting gorge, so it seemed that there was an accident. The map had indicated that the heaven-splitting gorge was an extremely complicated terrain. After entering the heaven-splitting gorge, it was only an ordinary gorge at first. The terrain on both sides was a little steep, but as they went further in, the gorge was separated by a lone mountain peak. One path became 2, and as they went further in, 2 paths became 4 paths, 4 paths became 8 paths. In the end, there were dozens of paths in the heaven-splitting gorge, and these paths weren't completely isolated. The mountain peaks that separated them were filled with passageways that ran through both ends. Through these passageways, one could go back and forth between the paths. The constantly splitting paths and the countless passageways that connected these paths made the depths of the heaven-splitting gorge into an extremely huge natural maze. This was also the reason why Lu Yi chose to pass through the heaven-splitting gorge. With such a complicated terrain, unless one was a cultivator who spent a lot of time here, it would be very difficult to find the right direction. And he had the valuable map in his hands. With the map in hand, he didn't have to worry about getting lost. As long as he followed the directions on the map, he would be able to pass through the heaven-splitting gorge. He just didn't expect to encounter some sudden changes outside the heaven-splitting gorge, causing his current situation to be somewhat unfavorable. The passageway he was in now should be a passageway in one of the mountain peaks. In other words, he was in the maze inside the heaven-splitting gorge. Sitting up, Lu Yi was a little stunned. That was because his outer clothes had been taken off and torn into strips by someone to bandage his wounds. Judging from the clumsy technique, it should have been Yi's doing. Hupa clearly had the ability to do so. Lu Yi, you're awake? Yi floated over from the side and said in surprise. Hupa also raised his head and glanced at him. Lu Yi nodded, feeling the injuries on his body. Before he fell unconscious, he had taken 2 healing pills, and now his injuries were showing signs of improvement. However, if he wanted to fully recover, it would still take a few days. Although Zhang Wu had severely injured him, the most dangerous injury on his body was caused by the young master's spirit talisman slash. At that time, Lu Yi had activated the defensive spirit tattoo in time, but from the results, that slash had clearly broken through the defensive spirit tattoo and left an inch-deep wound on his chest. It had to be known that Zhang Wu's attack could not break through the defense of the Imperial Guard, but the talisman did. The talisman that the young master had used in a moment of crisis was obviously very powerful. If there was no Imperial Guard, that attack would have taken Lu Ye's life. After making sure that his injuries weren't too serious and that he was just a little weak, Lu Yi took out a set of clothes from his storage bag and put them on. He then took out a water bag and some food and tossed them to Big Tiger before eating as well. How long have I been asleep? Lu Yi asked as she ate. 1 day and 1 night. Yi sat cross-legged in front of him and replied in a low voice. What happened? There are a lot of people around and they should be looking for us. We almost exposed our whereabouts a few times and now we are lost. Lu Yi nodded. This was within his expectations. After he had used the young master to severely injure Zhang Wu, he originally did not plan to fight him head-on. With that kind of injury, as long as he delayed, Zhang Wu would become weaker and weaker. Waiting for Zhang Wu to be exhausted before finding a chance to kill him was undoubtedly a better strategy. However, when he saw the red light on the back of Zhang Wu's hand, he knew that his original plan would not work. The battlefield imprint on the back of a cultivator's hand not only recorded some information, it could also be used for communication. Zhang Wu was obviously calling for people at that time, so Lu Yi had no choice but to end the battle quickly. After killing Zhang Wu, he originally planned to pass through the heaven-splitting gorge as soon as possible. As long as he passed through the heaven-splitting gorge, he would be out of Jiuxing Sect's sphere of influence. By then, Jiuxing Sect would not be able to do anything to him. However, it seemed that Jiuxing Sect's reaction was faster than he expected. A large number of cultivators had already entered the heaven-splitting gorge and were searching for him. After all, it was their young master who had been killed, so it was reasonable for Jiuxing Sect to react fiercely. Right now, Lu Yi was safe, but his situation was definitely not good. He had to fight against an entire sect by himself, and even if that sect was only an 8th grade one, it was still not something Lu Yi could withstand. In the end, he was just a second-order Spirit Stream Realm cultivator who had only entered the Spirit Stream battlefield 3 months ago. As he ate, he fell into deep thought. Right now, relying on his own strength alone was not feasible. Near Jiuxing Sect was Xian Sect. These two forces belonged to different camps and were so close to each other, so there must be some grievances between them. Xian Sect would not turn a blind eye to the commotion caused by Jiuxing Sect. If he guessed correctly, Xian Sect might make some moves. In that case, Xian Sect might be able to help him share some of the pressure. However, he could not take the initiative to cooperate with Xian Sect. Firstly, his identity as a disciple of Jade Blood Sect could not be exposed. Secondly, he was just a second-order Spirit Stream Realm cultivator and did not have the qualifications to cooperate with them. Of course, this was the most ideal situation. Whether Xian Sect would interfere or not, Lu Yi did not know. "I'm sorry." Yi suddenly apologized. She felt that Lu Yi seemed to be a little angry. Lu Yi looked up at her and mumbled, "Did you do something wrong?" Yi said, I'll be more careful next time. I won't expose my whereabouts so easily. When she was trapped in the profound spirit bell, she only felt endless darkness enveloping her and could not see any light. It was only when she vaguely heard Lu Ye's voice that she calmed down. To be honest, she was really surprised that Lu Ye would save her. That was because there were 4 cultivators, and basically all of them had a higher cultivation than Lu Ye. In that case, even if Lu Ye abandoned her, she wouldn't blame him. After all, they were just partners, and they hadn't worked together for long. They hadn't established a deep friendship yet, so there was no need for Lu Ye to disregard his own safety for her. However, Lu Ye still went. She couldn't be blamed for this. When she was scouting her surroundings, she found the 4 Jiu Xing sect cultivators. She wanted to sneak in to check out the situation, but who knew that they had set up a profound spirit bell in advance, trapping her inside. However, at the end of the day, this matter was because she was not careful enough. If she did not get too close, the profound spirit bell would not have been activated. In the end, Lu Ye was seriously injured and unconscious. Yi blamed herself even more. Swallowing the food in his mouth, Lu Ye looked at Yi and said, "I asked you to investigate the surroundings. It's not your fault that you were trapped. I should save you. I was injured because my cultivation was not good enough. You don't have to feel sorry for anyone." Yi looked at Lu Ye with a touched face. She felt that the person in front of her was the best person in the world. Unexpectedly, Lu Ye changed the topic. "However, if you can't teach Hupo well, then I think it's better for us to part ways." "Hupo? What's wrong with Hupo?" Yi was confused. Chapter 69. Hupo, who was eating at the side, shrunk his head back, and the sound of him swallowing his food became much quieter. When Yi saw him like this, she knew that he must have done something wrong. She pursed her lips and asked Lu Ye, "What did Hupo do wrong?" Lu Ye turned his head and glared at Hupo. He briefly explained how Hupo had rushed out when he went to rescue her, then said, "Do you still remember the first of our 3 rules?" Yi obediently sat in front of him, her back ramrod straight. She immediately replied, "You're in charge of everything. If there's a difference of opinion, I have to listen to you. Your memory's not bad." Yi turned her head and shouted, "Hupo!" Hupo whimpered, and his sturdy body slowly moved in front of Yi. He raised his eyes and looked at her pitifully. Yi raised her hand and slapped Hupo's head. "Lu Ye already told you not to be impulsive. Why didn't you listen? You couldn't have rushed out at that time, you had to listen to the arrangements." She slapped him every time he said a word. He also knew that Hupo's previous impulsiveness had caused some trouble. From the results, Lu Ye had killed those 4 cultivators and saved her, but if Hupo had been more patient, the situation would have been better. Perhaps Lu Ye wouldn't have fainted because of this. She was able to escape this time all because of Lu Ye's prompt decision. Hupo had rushed out at that time, and if he had hesitated in the slightest, he would have missed the opportunity. Yi remembered this kindness in her heart, and in order to teach Hupo a lesson, she didn't hold back at all, slapping Hupo's head until it rang loudly. "That's enough." Lu Ye interrupted her and looked at her seriously. "I don't want this kind of thing to happen again." They had just started working together, so everyone needed to get used to each other and have a period of adjustment. However, this kind of thing happened once was enough. If it happened again, Lu Ye couldn't guarantee that he could escape unscathed. He didn't want to be killed by his own people one day. "Got it." Yi nodded, then looked at Hupo. "Do you remember?" Hupo whimpered softly as a response. Yi then looked at Lu Ye and sincerely said, "Thank you." This word of thanks was not only for Hupo, but also for herself. The reason she was able to escape was because Lu Ye had risked his life. Moreover, this matter was not over yet. They were currently trapped in the heaven-splitting gorge, and it was unknown whether they could escape or not. Lu Ye waved his hand and checked his condition. He didn't need to worry too much about his injuries, and would be fine after a few days of rest. His spiritual energy had been consumed in the previous battle and needed to be replenished. However, what surprised him was that the barrier of his 26th aperture showed signs of loosening. Previously, he had cultivated to the level of 25 acupoints and had not tried to open 26 acupoints. Now that he thought about it, it should be because of the fierce battle between him and Zhang Wu. The surging spiritual energy had impacted the spirit acupoint barrier. This was a good thing. It would save him some time to cultivate. But before that, he had to replenish his spiritual energy. In such a dangerous environment, it was important to be in a good state. Who knew when a fierce battle would break out, and Lu Yi would not have time to recover. However, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he gave Yi a look. Yi understood and patted Hu Po's head. One spirit and one tiger immediately split up and went to the two sides of the corridor. This way, with the two of them monitoring the front and back of the corridor, Lu Yi would not be blocked in the corridor and would have room to retreat if he encountered danger. After Yi and Hu Po left, Lu Yi lowered his head and looked at the back of his hand. After urging his spiritual energy, the back of his hand was covered in a layer of blue light and turned into a few lines of words. Name, Lu Yi. Identity, Blue Blood Sect Disciple. Cultivation, 25 acupoints. Merit points, 34. Lu Yi looked at the row of merit points in amazement, unable to figure out where the number 34 came from. Last time, he had killed the fair-skinned man and Lu Rian in Blue Cloud Mountain and obtained 8 merit points. This time, after killing 4 people, his merit points had increased to 34. In other words, those 4 people had given him a total of 26 merit points. For the time being, Lu Yi did not know what merit points were used for. He had asked Yi, but Yi did not seem to know much about it. Her memory was very damaged. There were some things she knew, but there were others she did not understand. Merit points were definitely useful, but as for how to use them and where to use them, he would have to slowly explore them. If he couldn't figure it out, then he was too lazy to think about it. Lu Yi threw a spirit accumulation pill into his mouth and refined it to replenish his spiritual energy. His spiritual energy slowly recovered. Lu Yi had previously discovered that the efficiency of recovery and cultivation, as well as the consumption of spirit pills, were very different. Pure recovery was much faster than cultivation, and the consumption was also much lower. The most direct comparison was that Lu Yi had now opened 25 acupoints. During this time, he had consumed nearly 200 spirit pills and had spent nearly 3 months. But if he exhausted his spiritual energy in battle and wanted to replenish it, it would be impossible for him to consume 200 spirit pills, nor would it take him 3 months. If that was really the case, then the price a cultivator would have to pay in battle would be too great. During cultivation, the consumption of spirit pills would be great. Furthermore, tempering one's spirit acupoints required a great deal of effort. From opening a spirit acupoint to filling it was a gradual process, but once a spirit pill was filled, it would be much easier to recover. Time passed, and spirit pills were consumed one after another. 2 days later, Lu Yi had completely recovered, but there were only 20 or so spirit pills left in his possession. There was no movement from Yi and Hu Po's side. It seemed that their location was still safe for the time being. Lu Yi was not in a hurry to leave. He was not clear about the situation outside. Rashly leaving would only make the situation more troublesome. He was now only 2 acupoints away from the third-order spirit stream realm. Among them, the barrier of the 26 acupoints was still loosening. He had enough spirit pills, so Lu Yi decided to raise his cultivation first. At the second order, he could cooperate with Hu Po and Yi to kill Zhang Wu. If he reached the third order, his strength would increase, which would be of great help to his current situation. Moreover, his injuries had not healed yet, so he could take advantage of these few days to recuperate. After making up his mind, Lu Yi continued to swallow spirit pills and urged his spiritual energy to attack the barrier of the 26 acupoints. 5 days later, Lu Yi sat cross-legged with a solemn expression on his face in the tunnel of the mountain. The day before yesterday, he had already opened his 27 acupoints. After spending some spirit pills to fill them, it was time for him to break through to the third-order spirit stream realm. With the previous 2 experiences, Lu Yi was familiar with the process this time. Starting from the 19th acupoint, his spiritual energy followed the path of the 20th acupoint, 21 acupoints, and finally 27 acupoints. His spiritual energy circulated endlessly in the 9 spirit acupoints, constantly repeating itself, faster and faster. Until a certain moment, he broke through a bottleneck. Sitting cross-legged, Lu Yi's body shook as his spiritual energy surged. Chapter 70. At the spirit stream realm, every time one broke through to the next realm, there would be an additional minor circulation system in their body. Lu Yi was now at the third-order spirit stream realm, with 27 apertures open, and 9 of them circulating. There were 3 minor circulation systems in his body, in which his spirit qi flowed like a stream. What surprised Lu Yi was that, after reaching the third-order spirit stream realm, he clearly felt that these 3 spirit qi circulation systems were resonating. This had not happened when he reached the first or second order. This resonance caused the spiritual energy in his body to flow faster. Now, he could be considered to have cultivated the golden cicada carefree technique that he had obtained from Steward Yang to perfection. If he were to connect the 27 opened acupoints in his body in a certain order, the pattern formed would be like a toad lying on the ground. This was probably how the name Golden Cicada Free Art came about. Every circulation of spirit qi was like the breathing of this toad. The 3 spirit qi circulation systems seemed independent, but in fact they could affect each other. Logically speaking, after increasing one's cultivation by 1 realm, Lu Yi's strength should have increased by more than 30%, but he felt that his strength had actually increased by more than half. He quickly understood that this was the benefit brought about by cultivating a complete set of secret arts to the peak stage. At that time, when he fought Zhang Wu, if he had his current cultivation, Lu Yi would not have had to pay such a high price and might have been able to take him down without suffering any injuries. In terms of attack power, he had the sharpness spirit rune. When he was at the second-order spirit stream realm, even a 4th order like Zhang Wu couldn't stop him. In terms of defense, he had the defensive spirit rune, which Zhang Wu couldn't break. His attack and defense were both beyond his current level. What he lacked was nothing more than experience and skills in fighting with others. However, experience could only be accumulated slowly through personal combat. As for his technique, along the way, he had spent at least 4 hours practicing the saber every day. The time was still short. Now, he did not dare to say that his saber skills were superb, but at least his grip on the saber was steadier than before, and he could draw his saber faster. In any case, he had killed a few people and slowly became familiar with the feeling of the saber in his hand, cutting through the enemy's body, protecting spirit qi, and cutting into the enemy's flesh. This feeling had become an instinct, and naturally evolved into a superb skill. There was no way to continue cultivating. He only had a few spirit pills left, and there was no suitable secret art for him to use. With his injuries fully healed, Lu Yi pondered for a moment before standing up. A moment later, he gathered Yi and Big Tiger and walked out of the tunnel where he had been hiding for several days. According to Yi's feedback, the Celestial Sect of Wonders and the Jiuxing Sect had been fighting fiercely in the heaven-splitting gorge for the past few days. From time to time, small-scale battles would break out, and both sides would suffer losses. Lu Yi silently gave the Xian sect a thumbs up. This was exactly what he wanted to see, and it was also the reason why he could hide for so long. Previously, he felt that the Xian sect and the Jiuxing sect could not coexist peacefully. If the Jiuxing sect made any big moves, the Xian sect would definitely respond. But now, it seemed like he had underestimated the blood feud between the two sections. Lu Yi had killed 4 disciples led by the young master of the 9 Stars sect, which led to the 9 Stars sect searching for Lu Ye's whereabouts on a large scale. However, while Lu Yi, the main culprit, was recovering from his injuries, the matter had escalated into a chaotic battle between the spirit stream stage cultivators of the 2 great sections. He had originally planned to stir up trouble, but now it seemed that there was no need to go through so much trouble. The situation was in his favor, but it was unrealistic for Lu Yi to just walk away. He did not know how many people the 2 sects had invested in the heaven-splitting gorge. Now that he was trapped, if he wanted to escape, he would have to borrow the strength of the Xian sect. With a plan in mind, Lu Yi had open up a path in front of him and investigate the situation, while he and who stealthily moved 300 meters away from Yi. In a 10-meter-wide gorge, 7 cultivators were engaged in a chaotic battle. One side had 3 people, while the other had 4. Looking at the situation, it was clear that the side with fewer people had the advantage. The main reason was that the average cultivation of the 3 people was higher. Among the 3, one was at the 4th layer of the spirit stream stage, while the other 2 were at the 3rd layer. On the other hand, among the 4 people, 2 were at the 3rd layer of the spirit stream stage, while the other 2 were at the 2nd layer. One of them was at the 3rd layer of the spirit stream stage, and his arm was still dripping with blood. It was obvious that he had been injured. The battle between low-level cultivators was basically a close-quarters fight. It was rare for them to use their secret technique. Because their cultivation was not high, the power of their secret techniques was not strong. Moreover, it took time to activate a secret technique, and it was easy to be disturbed. Even if the secret technique was successfully cast, accuracy would be a problem. In such a battle, the side with higher cultivation and stronger weapons would naturally have the advantage. Among the group of 4, the leader was a burly man. He held a large saber in his hand and stood in front of the others. As he retreated, he shouted, "You guys go!" It seemed that he wanted to stay behind to cover the retreat. The other 3 people had sorrowful looks on their faces, but they did not abandon him and escape. Instead, they fought side by side with the burly man. But this was just drinking poison to quench their thirst. Once the burly man fell, all 4 of them would die here. The 4th layer of the opposing side obviously knew this, so even if he had the chance to kill the burly man, he did not do so. Instead, he kept cutting wounds on the burly man's body, making him look even more miserable. Not far behind the 4 people, Lu Yi and who hid in a pile of rocks and looked over through the gaps in the rock. He was originally having a headache about how to distinguish between the cultivators of Xian sect and Jiuxing sect. After all, he could not just go up and ask for their identities. But after seeing the battle between the 2 sides, he knew that he was overthinking. It was easy to distinguish between the cultivators of Xian sect and Jiuxing sect because the back of their hands were glowing with different colors. Lu Yi was very surprised, not knowing why this was happening. When he fought with others before, his battlefield imprint did not show any signs of activity. But he did not know that this was all Wang Yang's doing. Xian sect and Jiuxing sect had been fighting for this territory for many years. But because Xian sect had more spirit stream realm cultivators and had always had the advantage, the spirit stream realm cultivators of Jiuxing sect kept a low profile in this area. In the past, it was very difficult for Xian sect to hunt down their opponent. This time, the young master of Jiuxing sect was killed, and almost all of the spirit stream realm cultivators in the sect came out. This was an opportunity for Xian sect. An opportunity to kill Jiuxing sect's disciples. So Wang Yang did not care about the cause of this matter. He only saw a good opportunity to deal a heavy blow to Jiuxing sect. Because of this, he did not hesitate to pay a price and borrowed the Tianji pillar to declare war on Jiuxing sect. Jiuxing sect had the right to refuse such a declaration of war. But this time, they wanted to hunt down the vicious person who killed their young master. How could they refuse? Dong Shai could only brace himself and accept it. At the same time, He cursed Wang Yang's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. During such a declaration of war, when the cultivators of both sides fought, the back of their hands would glow with different colors, making their positions clear. One had to know that there were many loose cultivators on both sides. The faces of these loose cultivators were extremely unfamiliar to the cultivators of both sexes. With the battlefield imprint, they could avoid accidental injuries and quickly determine who was the enemy and who was the trustworthy companion. Chapter 71. As a newcomer who had just arrived at the Spirit Stream battlefield 3 months ago, Lu Yi naturally didn't know what was going on. However, with the glow of his battlefield mark, it made things easier for him. At this moment, he and Hu Po were behind the four from Xian's sect, about 300 meters away. As the four from Xian's sect kept retreating, the distance between them was getting closer and closer. The burly man's injuries were increasing, and the situation was becoming more and more unfavorable for the four from Xian's sect. Seeing that the burly man couldn't hold on any longer, the other third-order cultivator beside him shouted, "All of you die!" As he said this, he took out a golden talisman and activated it with his spiritual power. In an instant, a golden disc the size of a washbasin with flowing spiritual patterns appeared in front of him. This was the golden wheel talisman that Lu Yi had used to deal with the wolf pack when he first entered the Spirit Stream battlefield. This spirit talisman wasn't as powerful as the fire snake talisman, but it was more durable. At that time, Lu Yi had used this spirit talisman to repel the wolf pack that had surrounded him. As the golden light shone brightly, a golden half-moon flew out from the disc and whistled through the air. For low-level cultivators, a spirit talisman was worth a lot, but as long as one had enough money, everyone would keep one or two as a life-saving trump card. When this person took out the golden wheel talisman, the fourth-order cultivator from Jiu Xing sect immediately took a step back. Although his cultivation was higher than the others, he didn't dare to take the attack of the golden wheel talisman head-on. That would be courting death. He immediately took out a palm-sized round shield from the storage bag at his waist and used it to block in front of him. At the same time, his two companions raised their hands and pressed on the shield. The three of them poured their spirit energy into the shield at the same time, and the palm-sized shield instantly expanded to the size of a table, shielding the three of them behind it. The crescent-shaped golden slash slammed into the shield, producing a clanging sound. The force of the collision pushed the three people from the Jiuxing sect back, and slash marks of varying depths appeared on the shield. However, the slash of the golden wheel talisman was clearly unable to break through the shield's defense. This shield was a defensive spirit artifact. The four from Xian's sect gradually fell into despair. The golden disc formed by the golden wheel talisman slowly dissipated, and the Ninth Star sect fourth-order cultivator put away his shield with a murderous look on his face. "You won't be able to die even if you want to." Although his defensive spiritual artifact had blocked the opponent's attack, it was severely damaged. He didn't know how many spirit stones he would have to spend to repair it. This made his heart ache so much that it was about to bleed. He raised the weapon in his hand and was about to charge forward when he looked behind the four Jiuxing sect members with a shocked expression. At the same time, the four people from the Jiuxing sect also sensed something strange. Someone was rapidly approaching them from behind. Before they could turn around to look, a shadow had already passed over their heads. In the next moment, a large snow-white tiger appeared in his field of vision, and on the back of the large tiger was a young man in black clothes. White tiger, young man, in the blink of an eye, the 7 cultivators present understood who had come. Lu Yi placed his hand on the hilt of his saber and leapt off the tiger's back. Staring at the fourth-order cultivator, he unsheathed his long saber and slashed it down towards the opponent's neck. The fourth-order cultivator's reaction wasn't slow. The moment Lu Yi appeared, he saw through Lu Ye's cultivation. Third-order spirit stream realm, just as senior brother Chao had predicted. His cultivation was higher than Lu Ye's by a minor realm, so he wasn't afraid of this saber. He held his weapon horizontally to his side and blocked the aggressive saber. However, because Lu Yi had taken the initiative and carried the momentum of the attack, the saber pressed down on his body. Before he could dissipate the force, Lu Ye's body was in midair, and he had already thrust his saber forward. This saber was extremely tricky, and the Fourth Order cultivator couldn't guard against it. He was also a ruthless person, so he immediately pushed his spirit chi to protect the spot where the saber was about to hit. At the same time, he slashed his weapon towards Lu Ye's neck. Although there was only a minor realm difference between the Third Order and Fourth Order cultivators, there was a huge gap in strength because the number of spirit apertures opened in the Fourth Order cultivator increased by a lot. Therefore, the Fourth Order cultivator felt that Lu Ye's saber would at most cause him some minor injuries. His spirit chi wasn't just for show, but if Lu Yi was hit, his head would be chopped off. Thinking of the reward of 1,000 spirit stones, the Fourth Order cultivator's heart burned. With so many spirit stones, he could definitely cultivate to the Sixth Order or even the Seventh Order. With a poochie sound, the long saber pierced through his chest. The intense pain shattered the Fourth Order cultivator's fantasy. What shocked him even more was that his attack didn't hurt Lu Yi at all. The moment his weapon slashed at Lu Ye's neck, something faintly flashed and blocked his attack. Lu Yi flipped over his body and slashed at the back of his neck again. The sharp blade cut through the Fourth Order cultivator's neck like cutting through tofu. His spirit chi protection became nothing more than a decoration as his head flew into the air and blood spurted from his neck. Lu Yi tumbled to the ground, blood spurting from his waist and abdomen. Another Third Order cultivator had stabbed him when he wasn't paying attention, but the injury wasn't serious. At most, it could be considered a flesh wound. At that time, Lu Yi had to activate his spirit chi to block the Fourth Order cultivator's fatal blow, so he couldn't guard against the other attacks and could only rely on his spirit chi to resist. Fortunately, his spirit chi was pure enough to protect his body. The sudden turn of events left the four people of the Celestial Sect of Wonders dumbfounded. They thought they were dead for sure, but who knew that the young man riding the white tiger would appear behind them and kill their Fourth Order cultivator in a single blow? While they were surprised, Lu Yi didn't stop. The moment he landed, the dust under his feet flew up as he charged towards the Third Order cultivator who had stabbed him. The other party was obviously shocked by the death of his senior brother. Facing Lu Ye's saber head-on, he instinctively raised his sword to block. However, the long sword actually broke. Not every low-level cultivator had a spirit artifact. Only a spirit artifact could block the sharpness of a long saber. Ordinary artifacts couldn't block it at all. The sharp blade fell from the man's nose, cutting open his cheeks and drawing a foot-long wound on his chest and abdomen. Blood and internal organs flowed out together. Only then did the man let out a blood-curdling scream. Lu Yi raised his blade and chopped him down to the ground. The second one, the last remaining Third Order cultivator, was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Hu Po. Just now, when Lu Yi was riding Hu Po, he had targeted the Fourth Order cultivator, while Hu Po had pounced on the other Third Order cultivator. Hu Po wasn't the opponent's opponent and was constantly being cut down by the Third Order cultivator. However, when Lu Yi joined in, the situation changed. They were both Third Order Spirit Stream Realm cultivators, but Lu Ye's combat power was much higher than his opponent's. Coupled with Big Tiger's cooperation, it didn't take long for him to kill his opponent on the spot. Hu Po wasn't satisfied and even bit off his opponent's neck. Warm blood sprayed all over his face, making him look even more ferocious and terrifying. The fierce battle came to an end, and the 3 from the 9 Stars sect were killed. The entire battle only lasted for 10 breaths of time. It was so fast that the 4 from the Profound sect didn't even have time to react. Chapter 72. By the time the 4 from Xian's sect came back to their senses, Lu Yi had already collected his spoils and mounted the tiger's back, leaving behind a trail of dust. Just now, one of the girls in the group of 4 stuttered. Even her companions didn't understand what she was trying to say. What they had seen just now was too much of an impact on them. Lu Yi was a third-order spirit stream realm cultivator, and there were 2 third-order spirit stream realm cultivators in their group. However, no one could have imagined that a third-order spirit stream realm cultivator could be so aggressive. In just 10 breaths of time, he had killed 3 opponents that they couldn't contend with, and one of them was even a 4th-order spirit stream realm cultivator. This could be considered killing enemies above one's realm. Generally, only disciples from big sects could do this. They were certain that if the youth riding the tiger had attacked them, they would have died faster than the 3 from 9 Stars sect. Just as they were in a daze, the big tiger that was far away suddenly changed direction and rushed towards them. The face of the third-order burly man changed. He quickly shielded his 3 junior brothers and junior sisters behind him and looked ahead vigilantly. After a short while, Hoopa stopped in front of the 4. Lu Yi sat on the tiger's back and looked down at them from a distance of less than 5 meters. The strong sense of oppression made the female cultivator's chest heave up and down, making it difficult for her to breathe. "Do you have any spirit pills?" the youth on the tiger's back suddenly asked. "Ah, yes," the burly man quickly responded. "Do you want them?" Lu Yi nodded. "I need spirit pills." The burly man quickly untied the storage bag at his waist and opened the seal. After thinking for a while, he whispered to his 3 junior brothers and junior sisters, "Give me your spirit pills." The 3 didn't dare to refute. They took out their spirit pills from their storage bags and handed them to the burly man in a hurry. The burly man took out his own things and transferred them to someone else's storage bag. After a short while, he threw the storage bag containing the spirit pills to Lu Yi, who caught it. "Many thanks," Lu Yi said, and threw out the spoils he had collected before. Hoopa turned around and left again. It wasn't until Lu Ye's figure disappeared that the 4 people from the Celestial Sect of Wonders breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, when Lu Yi came back to ask for the spirit pills, they thought that they were going to be robbed. But even so, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. Not to mention that they were no match for Lu Yi. In any case, Lu Yi had saved their lives. Compared to the spirit pills, his life was naturally more important. When the burly man threw the spirit pills to Lu Yi, he had already thought of an excuse to thank him with the spirit pills. Who would have thought that Lu Yi didn't take it for nothing and threw the spoils back to them? Looking at the 3 storage pouches on the ground, 2 low-grade spiritual weapons, and a broken shield, the 4 people from the Celestial Sect of Wonders were speechless. After a brief calculation, the 4 of them realized that not only did they not suffer any losses, they even made a small profit. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bending down to pick up the items on the ground, the burly man pondered for a moment and said decisively, "Return to the encampment." Basically, all of them were injured. Most importantly, they had no more spirit pills on them, so it would be difficult for them to continue the battle. Looking at the current situation, it was undoubtedly the wisest choice to return to the encampment to recuperate. Moreover, they didn't have the ability to open the storage pouches of the 9 Stars sect cultivators. They could only return to the encampment, hand them over, and ask the elders of their sect for help. On the other side, Lu Yi rode Hoopa and found a tunnel to check out the spoils. Looking for the Celestial Sect of Wonders to exchange for spirit pills was a sudden inspiration. The main reason was that he had too many storage pouches on him. Before entering the heaven-splitting gorge, he already had several storage pouches on him. After killing the 9 Stars sect's young master and his group of people, he gained another 4 storage pouches. If he took more, he wouldn't have anywhere to put them. If he kept them all in his arms, it would affect the battle. Moreover, these storage pouches were locked with restrictions and he couldn't open them. Rather than keep them by his side, he might as well use them to exchange for some spirit pills with the Celestial Sect of Wonders. The 4 Celestial Sect of Wonders didn't give him many spirit pills. Their cultivations weren't high and they weren't rich, so the spirit pills they obtained were quickly consumed. The 4 of them gave Lu Yi 16 spirit pills, 5 of which were healing pills. When Lu Yi said he wanted spirit pills, he didn't say what kind of spirit pill he wanted, so they took out the spirit accumulation pills and the healing pills. The harvest was okay. Lu Yi felt that his impromptu idea was quite good. This way, he might be able to obtain a large number of cultivation resources in the heaven-splitting gorge. The number of merit points in his battlefield imprint had also changed, from 34 to 56, an increase of 22 merit points. The increase of these numbers was simply a mystery to him. Last time, when he killed the 4 9-stars sect young masters, he gained 26 merit points. This time, it increased by 22, but he didn't know what the increase was. He made up his mind that the next time he killed someone, he would pay attention to the changes in the numbers. Perhaps he would be able to deduce some patterns. In this battle, Yang Kai wasn't seriously injured. He had only been stabbed in the abdomen by a third-order origin realm cultivator. After bandaging his wounds and repairing them, Yang Kai set out again. With enough spirit qi in his body, he could continue fighting. From time to time, traces of the battle could be seen in the gorge. Many places still had dried blood and broken corpses, showing just how fierce the battle between Celestial Sect and 9 Stars Sect had been. Not long after, EE, who had been investigating the situation ahead, reported that a team of 2 people was heading towards them. Lu Yi immediately told Hu Pre to hide while he walked towards the 2 newcomers. A moment later, Lu Yi bumped into the 2-man team head-on, both of them vigilantly sizing each other up. Lu Ye's eyes flashed brightly as he judged the cultivation of the other party. 2 third-order spirit stream realm cultivators. Such a combination wasn't too weak, and judging from the injuries on their bodies, it was obvious they had experienced a fierce battle. Perhaps there were more than 2 of them. What puzzled Lu Yi was that the battle marks on the back of these 2 people's hands didn't give off any light, so he couldn't tell which side they belonged to and didn't know where to start. What surprised him was that the other party relaxed after sizing up Lu Yi for a moment. One of them even greeted him with a smile. As he walked, he said, "Fellow Taoist, you're quite bold. You dare to move around here alone?" Lu Yi thought for a moment and realized that the other party had mistaken him for one of their own. Loosening his grip on the hilt of his saber, he said indifferently, "They were killed and scattered." The man said, "Then fellow Taoist is really lucky. If fellow Taoist doesn't mind, you can act together with the 2 of us. The 3 of us can take care of each other." "Of course." Lu Yi nodded, as if silence was golden. The man raised his hand and said, "Although I don't think it's necessary, fellow Taoist should still verify your identity with us." As he spoke, a red glow appeared on the back of his hand. Lu Yi raised his brow and confirmed the look in his eyes. They were people he could kill. As the rubble under his feet flew, Lu Yi charged forward with his saber under the astonished gazes of the other 2. Chapter 73. A moment later, Lu Yi picked up the spoils of war and left, leaving behind 2 mutilated corpses. Even a 4th-order spirit stream realm cultivator couldn't withstand 3 slashes from Lu Yi, let alone a 3rd-order spirit stream realm cultivator. The fact that Lu Yi had taken the initiative meant that they were doomed to perish. This time, Lu Yi paid special attention to his progress. Every time he killed someone, his merit points would increase by 3 points, and with 2 kills, his merit points had reached 62. At night, Lu Yi hid himself in a tunnel in the mountainside, while Enda, who monitored both ends of the tunnel to prevent others from sneaking in. On this day, he fought 3 battles and gained a good harvest. He didn't take any of the spoils and used them to exchange with the people of the Celestial Sect of Wonders for Spirit Dawn. He got more than 20 Spirit Dawn, most of which were Yun Spirit Dawn. Compared to the spoils of war, Lu Yi felt that he had gained the most from the experience he had gained from fighting others. Although he had fought a few battles since entering the Spirit Stream battlefield, there had always been a long time between those battles, unlike this time, where he had fought in a single day. Such high-intensity battles not only allowed him to quickly examine his shortcomings, but also allowed him to enrich his fighting skills. Cultivating behind closed doors was naturally not as good as fighting with real swords and spears. That was the experience he gained by exchanging blood and injuries. He had suffered some injuries, but they weren't serious. Lu Yi first ate some dried meat to alleviate his hunger, and when he was full, he began swallowing spirit pills to replenish his spirit qi. He frequently used his sharpness and defense spirit tattoos in battle. Although these two spirit tattoos could play a role beyond Lu Ye's cultivation level, the drawbacks were obvious, and they consumed a lot of spirit qi. If Lu Yi wanted to maintain his combat strength in the next operation, he would have to maintain sufficient spirit qi. Now that he was a third-order spirit stream realm cultivator, the efficiency of refining pills had increased. Lu Yi didn't know how much it would cost to open another spirit aperture, but according to the previous pattern, the consumption would increase more and more in the future. However, his cultivation efficiency would also increase accordingly, so the time required to open another spirit aperture wouldn't increase too much. The night was silent and the heaven-splitting gorge was silent. No one could hear the sounds of the battle between the Xian sect and the Jiuxing sect. Everyone's cultivation was still low, so they all chose to rest and recuperate at night to replenish their energy. The real battle would only take place during the day. At dawn, Lu Yi led Big Tiger and Yi out of the tunnel and began their hunting journey. Over the next few days, Lu Yi spent his days in constant battle, ranging from 1 or 2 fights to 3 or 4 fights at most. The number of pills in his possession gradually increased, and his merit points also continued to rise. He finally understood how merit points were calculated. Through his observation, the number of merit points represented the number of merit points a cultivator had killed had. This was the basic value. For example, if he killed a second-order spirit stream realm cultivator, he would be able to obtain 2 merit points, so the third layer would be 3 merit points. However, if he were to kill enemies of a higher level, the merit points he would receive would increase by 1. Lu Yi was a third-order cultivator. If he killed a third-order cultivator, he would only receive 3 merit points, but if he killed a fourth-order cultivator, he would receive 8 merit points. Previously, he had killed a fourth-order master when he was just a second-order, a full 2 minor realms above him. That was 12 merit points. After a little calculation, he found that it corresponded to the merit points he received from killing enemies. It seemed that this calculation method was correct. After a few days of fighting, he slowly became familiar with the feeling of fighting to the death. Although his cultivation didn't increase, his combat skills had greatly improved, which increased his efficiency in killing enemies. Over the past few days, Lu Yi also tried to see if he could leave the heaven-splitting gorge, but he found that it was impossible. He didn't know how many people Xian sect and Jiuxing sect had invested in the heaven-splitting gorge, but according to his and Yi's observations, both sides had invested over 1,000 spirit stream realm cultivators. With over 1,000 cultivators scattered in this huge maze, they could encounter enemies at any time. After passing through the maze, the terrain in front of them would suddenly converge and eventually converge into a path through the heaven-splitting gorge. If he wanted to leave, this was the only way out. Jiuxing sect had placed a large number of people at the exit of the gorge, so if he dared to show himself, he would definitely not have a good ending. It would be better for him to hide in the maze and kill enemies. After a few days of fighting, Lu Ye's whereabouts had been exposed. He could clearly feel that Jiuxing sect's search for him was increasing. The most obvious sign was that the number of cultivators he encountered had increased. At first, he encountered small groups of 3 or 4 people, but now each group had at least 5 or 6 people, and some even had more than a dozen. Lu Yi could grit his teeth and deal with small groups of 3 or 4 people, but he didn't dare to attack small groups of 5 or 6 people. As for small groups of more than a dozen people, he avoided them as far as he could. After the cultivators of Xian's sect suffered a few losses, they made corresponding adjustments and increased the number of small groups to fight against Jiuxing's sect. In the Gorge Path Maze, a battle was breaking out. The scale of this battle wasn't small, involving nearly 20 cultivators. Both sides had a dozen or so people, including a few fourth-order Spirit Stream Realm cultivators. But judging from the results, neither side had the upper hand and both sides had suffered casualties. In the midst of the battle, a tiger's roar rang out, causing the expressions of both sides to turn cold. Someone shouted excitedly, "The mountain tiger is here!" It was the cultivators of Xian's sect. Lu Yi, who was lying on the tiger's back and rushing towards the battlefield, frowned when he heard this. He didn't know how he got the title of mountain tiger, but it was too unpleasant to hear. But considering that the two sides still didn't know his name, Lu Yi could only pinch his nose and accept this title. Lu Yi came from the back of Xian's sect's group. Hearing the tiger's roar, Xian's sect's cultivators tacitly opened up a path for him. The tiger's figure leapt into the battlefield and directly tackled a third-order Spirit Stream Realm cultivator to the ground. Lu Yi, who was lying on the tiger's back, had already rushed out. He unsheathed his long saber and slashed it towards a fourth-order Spirit Stream Realm cultivator. This person was fighting a fourth-order Spirit Stream Realm cultivator from Xian's sect. This guy had a baby face and looked harmless. Seeing Lu Yi's attack, he couldn't help but shout, "Don't steal my kill." He already had the upper hand. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to take down his opponent. He couldn't be blamed for shouting like this. The main reason was that Mountain Tiger's name had spread among Xian's sect's cultivators in recent days. It was said that every time this guy killed someone, he didn't take the spoils and only asked for some spirit pills. Another point was that this guy always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He liked to steal kills. Sometimes, when he did this, he could save Xian's sect's disciples from trouble. Many people were grateful to him for saving their lives. But sometimes, when it was clear that Xian's sect's cultivators had the upper hand, he would appear and launch a sneak attack. In the end, he would snatch away the merit points that were already in their hands. Xian's sect's cultivators had a love-hate relationship with this person. Chapter 74. When Lu Yi rushed out, the baby-faced cultivator became even more anxious and attacked even more fiercely. His opponent was already not his opponent, and now that Lu Yi had joined forces to attack him, he was in a dangerous situation. Although Tiger Crossing Mountain's name was spread by the Profound sect, the 9-star sect cultivators were also familiar with it. It could be said that Lu Yi had made a name for himself in the past few days. Fame was a wonderful thing. Facing an ordinary third-order cultivator, any fourth-order cultivator wouldn't feel too much pressure, but if this third-order cultivator had killed several fourth-order cultivators and made a name for himself, the situation would be different. The fourth-order cultivator from 9-star sect was now under a mountain of pressure. Fighting 1 against 2, he was overwhelmed by Lu Yi and the baby-faced cultivator in just 3 breaths of time. Seeing Lu Yi's blade coming, he hurriedly took out a spirit talisman and was about to activate it, but the baby-faced cultivator stabbed his wrist with his sword. The cultivator loosened his grip and the spirit talisman fell to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yi raised his blade and chopped the cultivator to the ground. What a sharp blade! The baby-faced cultivator's eyes narrowed. Just as senior brother Wang Yang expected, this Tiger Crossing Mountain really did have an extraordinary spirit artifact. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a third-order cultivator to break through a fourth-order cultivator's spirit chi protection so easily, much less injure him in one strike. Then, the baby-faced cultivator smiled. "Good brother, you're my friend for sure." Lu Yi didn't even look at him as he charged into the battlefield, leaving a heavily injured enemy lying in front of the baby-faced cultivator. Spare me! The Fourth Order cultivator was stained with blood as he looked at the baby-faced cultivator in horror. The baby-faced cultivator's smile disappeared as he said indifferently, "You're already a Fourth Order cultivator, don't be so naive." The long sword in his hand pierced the enemy's chest as he suddenly straightened his body. A red light overflowed from the back of the dead Fourth Order cultivator's hand and floated into the baby-faced cultivator's hand. The baby-faced cultivator smiled again and charged towards Lu Yi while shouting, "Good brother, I'll help you." After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the battle ended. It was not that they did not want to escape, but that they did not have the chance to do so. In a battle like this, there was basically no chance of survival once defeated. Running away with your back to the enemy would only result in a faster death. The Celestial Sect of Wonders had also suffered some losses. 3 of them had died, and the rest were basically all injured. But overall, it was a great victory. Those who were still alive were not too sad. Instead, they were full of joy. This was the norm on the Spirit Stream battlefield. Countless Spirit Stream realm cultivators were fighting each other on the battlefield, and it was common for people to die. In this battle, only 2 people died under Lu Ye's blade, but at least 4 or 5 were injured by him. After the great battle, no one in the Xian sect collected the spoils of war. They just quietly looked at Lu Yi. It was not that they didn't want the spoils of war. It was just that Lu Ye's behavior over the past few days had made them form a tacit understanding with each other. All the spoils of war belonged to the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Correspondingly, the cultivators of the Celestial Sect of Wonders gave Lu Yi some spirit pills as compensation. The baby-faced man was the leader of this group. He stepped forward and cupped his fist. "Junior brother, how should I address you?" 15 meters in front of him, Lu Yi was applying some healing pill powder to his wound. This was the first time he had experienced a battle of this scale. In the previous battles, there hadn't been many people on either side. At most, there were less than 10 cultivators involved. This time, there were 20 people. He found that a battle of this scale was very dangerous for any cultivator. Even if one's cultivation was higher, they could still be injured or die. This was because a person's energy was limited. It was impossible to defend against all attacks. There were several wounds on his body, all of which were left behind by the 9 Stars sect cultivators. Hearing the baby-faced man's question, Lu Yi pondered for a moment. Before entering, the sect master had told him not to reveal his identity as a disciple of the Jade Blood sect. Obviously, he couldn't use the name Lu Yi. Many sects knew that he had been recruited by the Jade Blood sect. He didn't want the name Tiger Coaster Yi. Lu Yi made a choice. "So it's junior brother Yi." The baby-faced man chuckled and cupped his fists. "This one is the Celestial Sect of Wonders Chu Tian." Lu Yi cupped his hands in greeting, his expression indifferent, and his posture unapproachable. "It's like this." Chu Tian organized his words a little. A few days ago, senior brother Wang Yang sent a message saying that, if there is a chance, he would like to invite junior brother Yi to the Celestial Sect of Wonders as a guest. What does junior brother think? Wang Yang. Lu Yi frowned. Chu Tian smiled and said, "It's one of the senior brothers in charge of our sect's encampment." Lu Yi was not surprised that the other party would invite him to the Celestial Sect of Wonders as a guest. These days, he had saved many Celestial Sect of Wonders cultivators. Moreover, his method of exchanging spirit pills with them had allowed many Celestial Sect of Wonders cultivators to make a fortune. Inviting him to be a guest was clearly a show of goodwill. However, his identity could not be exposed, so he did not dare to have too close contact with unfamiliar sects. Not to mention, he was just passing by and would not have much interaction with the Celestial Sect of Wonders. No need. With a plan in mind, Lu Yi shook his head and refused. Chu Tian was not annoyed at all, as if he had expected such a response from Lu Yi. He still smiled and said, "If that's the case, then forget it." Saying so, he gave a look to the person behind him, and that person immediately took action. He took out a storage bag and walked up to his fellow disciples one by one to collect the spirit pills. While waiting, Chu Tian said again, "If junior brother Yi finds it convenient, can you leave a contact method? This way, if there is any situation, you can also communicate with my celestial sect of wonders." Lu Yi did not know how to leave a contact method, but he more or less had a guess. In the past few days, when killing enemies, many 9 Stars sect cultivators would reach out and touch the back of their hands before they died. The battlefield imprint would emit light, just like what Zhang Wu did after he was seriously injured. The battlefield imprint should not only record some information, but also be used for communication. Thinking of this, Lu Yi nodded. "Okay." Chu Tian touched the back of his hand and a blue light like a burning flame lingered on his fingertip. He flicked his finger and the blue light flew towards Lu Yi like a blue butterfly and landed on the back of his hand. Lu Yi's heart skipped a beat. The blue light imprinted into the imprint and disappeared. At the same time, he vaguely felt that there was something more to his battlefield imprint, but it was not convenient to check at this time, so he continued to maintain his cold and arrogant appearance. The Celestial Sect of Wonders Cultivators' spirit pills were quickly collected. Under Chu Tian's signal, they were handed over to Lu Yi. Lu Yi did not check and put them away. He called out to Hu Pu and flipped onto the tiger's back. "Junior brother Yi," Chu Tian suddenly called out. Lu Yi sat upright on the tiger's back and turned to look at him. Chu Tian said seriously, "There seems to be a guy from Boundless Island on the 9 Stars sect's side. Junior brother, you must be careful." Lu Yi nodded slightly, and Big Tiger turned around and left in a cloud of dust. Chu Tian looked at his departing figure and stroked his smooth chin. These disciples from large sects are really arrogant. They don't even care about Boundless Island. Chapter 75. A moment later, the Xian sect cultivators found a tunnel to rest under Chu Tian's lead. Chu Tian leaned against the rock wall, waiting for the people from the sect to send over supplies while using the battlefield brand to send messages. In the Xian sect's encampment, a large number of buildings were scattered among the spirit peak. The spirit chi lingered in the mountains, and the entire encampment was shrouded in a thick fog. It was impossible to see the situation inside from the outside, so it was obvious that there was a large spirit array covering it. In the courtyard of one of the peaks, the handsome Wang Yang wore white clothes and stood beside a fish pond. He casually scattered fish food and watched the koi fish compete in the pond. Behind him, Xiao Zhu stood there quietly. Suddenly, Xiao Zhu activated her battlefield brand and sensed something. Raising her head, she said, "Young master, Chu Tian met Tiger Cobra and invited him over, but he was rejected." Wang Yang did not say anything. After scattering the fish food in his hand, he clapped his hands and walked to a chair to sit down. Picking up a cup of tea, he took a sip and said slowly, as expected, such a person would not easily enter the encampment of other sects. "Then why did young master invite him?" Xiao Zhu did not understand. Wang Yang chuckled. "Many of our junior brothers and sisters have received a life-saving grace from him, and we have also received benefits from him. We should at least show some gratitude. Whether we invite him or not is our business, but whether he gives us face or not is his business." Xiao Zhu nodded. "What else?" Chu Tian said that Tiger Cobra really did have a good spirit artifact, and then he called himself One Leaf. One Leaf. Wang Yang revealed a pondering look, but shook his head after a while. He had never heard of this name before. From time to time, some new stars would appear in the cultivation world of the 9 states. Before these new stars bloomed, very few people would have heard of their existence, but once they bloomed, they would be the center of attention. Of course, there were also many new stars that were annihilated before they could even bloom. The cultivation world was full of dangers, especially in the chaotic spirit stream battlefield. Every year, countless geniuses died in the spirit stream battlefield. Chu Tian also said that this person seemed to have mastered a defensive spirit rune. In battle, this spirit rune could be activated at will, and could block the attacks of a fourth-order spirit stream realm cultivator. In the battle, Lu Yi frequently activated his spirit rune. The sharp spirit rune was more hidden because it was added to the long saber. Even if it was activated, others would think that it was a seal on the saber and would not think too much of it. However, the defensive spirit rune was different. Even though the spirit rune would disappear in a flash every time, under Chu Tian's careful observation, it could not be hidden. A defensive spirit inscription that can be activated at will? This time, Wang Yang was truly shocked. A third-order spirit stream realm cultivator? One had to know that spiritual tattoos were extremely complicated and mysterious, and it required a lot of time to study them. He had learned this thing when he was bored before. However, the lines and drawings recorded in the book were extremely complicated and mysterious. Every time he read it, he would feel drowsy and his head would buzz. In the end, he tore the book apart with his hands. Chu Tian said so. The corner of Wang Yang's mouth twitched. Which big sect did this freak come from? Yes, Wang Yang concluded that Lu Yi was definitely a disciple from a big sect. Because his cultivation was not high, he came to the outer circle to gain experience. The reason for this speculation was entirely because of Lu Ye's amazing performance in the past few days. According to the statistics of the Profound Sect, they saw no less than 29 star sect cultivators die at Lu Ye's hands. Among them, there was no lack of fourth-order spirit stream realm cultivators. Being able to kill enemies above one's realm was a sign of a big sect. A small sect could not cultivate such a disciple. Moreover, he also had a handsome pet beast. That pet beast was not something that ordinary people could subdue. Coupled with the information Chu Tian had just sent back, Wang Yang was more and more certain of his guess. Only someone from a big sect could have such a deep heritage and be able to activate spirit runes to fight with a third-order spirit stream realm cultivation. The name Tiger Crossing Mountain came from Wang Yang's mouth. In Wang Yang's opinion, Lu Yi was a tiger crossing the mountain. This style of letting go of their disciples is somewhat similar to the sect in the Heaven continent. They have many top spirit rune masters. Wang Yang said thoughtfully. Xiao Zhu did not know which sect Wang Yang was talking about. She only knew that Tiger Crossing Mountain called Yi must have an extraordinary background. She said, "Then, young master, should we secretly help him?" "There's no need for that." Wang Yang waved his hand. He came out to gain experience. Whether he lives or dies is his own business. How can we help him? If we don't handle it well, we will end up offending him. Many big sects had a habit of letting their disciples grow. These talented disciples would leave the shelter of their sect when their cultivation was not high and wander the outside world alone to hone themselves. Although there was a great risk in doing so, once they grew up, their strength would far surpass their peers. Therefore, there was an unwritten rule in the spirit stream battlefield. Even if these disciples were killed, the big sects would not retaliate. This was the price they had to pay to grow. Big sects had no shortage of geniuses, so if a genius died, they would not feel any regret, unless they were relatives of the sect's upper echelons. However, that was a private act of revenge and had nothing to do with the sect. Wang Yang could speculate that Lu Yi was a disciple from a big sect, so Nine Stars sect naturally had the same speculation, but even so, Nine Stars sect had not given up on pursuing Lu Yi. It was not that Nine Stars sect was not afraid of these big sects, but they knew that these big sects would not cause trouble for them because of this. What's more, the cause of this war is this person. My Profound Sect has already shared enough pressure for him. If he knows what's good for him, he should obediently come here and thank me. Wang Yang chuckled. Xiao Zhu rolled her eyes. She was Wang Yang's personal maidservant, so she knew far more than others. This time's declaration of war seemed to be the result of profound sect taking advantage of the situation, but in fact it was premeditated. It was just that Wang Yang had not been able to find the right opportunity until Lu Yi killed 9 Stars Sect's young master. For Wang Yang, Lu Yi was simply a lucky star that fell from the heavens. Wang Yang had to go to the inner circle of the battlefield, where a 7th-order cultivator was nothing but a life-or-death crisis. So, before he left, he had to find a way to deal a heavy blow to 9 Stars Sect. This way, even if something happened to him, the situation here would be stable for a while until someone could replace him. "How are the casualties?" Wang Yang asked again. 30 people died, but 70% of them were rogue cultivators, Xiao Zhu replied. Wang Yang nodded. This result was satisfactory to him, so he ordered, "Increase our efforts and end this war as soon as possible." Only by ending this war as soon as possible could his plan begin. Chapter 76. As for the casualties, Jiuxing sect was also in the midst of calculating. Chao Yi looked at Dong Shu Yi with a worried expression. "Senior brother, our casualties are quite high. Nearly 60 people have been killed since the start of the war." Dong Shu Yi was shocked. How could there be so many? Even if Jiuxing sect was no match for Profound sect, they shouldn't have suffered so many losses in just a few days. Chao Yi said, "It's all because of Tiger Cobra. Every time the two sides fight, he would suddenly appear. Many disciples have died because of him." "That bastard!" Dong Shu Yi was furious and his face turned gloomy. "What about the 5th-order masters in the sect? They've been targeted by the other side." Chao Yi was helpless. There were only a few 5th-order masters that the two sects could send out. Everyone knew each other's details, so it was easy to target each other. "Senior brother, do you want me to take action?" Dong Shu Yi shook his head. "No, if you take action, Wang Yang will definitely not sit back and watch. Can you deal with that cheap maid?" The cheap maid he was talking about was Xiao Zhu. Chao Yi felt a headache coming on. "No, but she can't kill me either." Although that cheap maid's background was low, her strength was quite good. He didn't know what kind of dog shit luck Wang Yang had to have a maidservant by his side grow to such a level. "What's the situation with Luo Ji?" Dong Shu Yi asked. Speaking of Luo Ji, Chao Yi's head hurt even more. That guy doesn't take the declaration of war seriously. I don't know where he went, but he didn't reply to my messages. He's from Boundless Island, so of course he won't take our declaration of war seriously. Dong Shu Yi's face darkened for a while before he grit his teeth. "Doesn't he want the purple robes? Tell him that as long as he brings me Tiger Cobra's head, I'll give him the purple robes." "Senior brother." Chao Yi looked at Dong Shu Yi in shock. "Go." Dong Shu Yi shouted. "Yes." Chao Yi accepted the order with a sullen face. When he walked out of the hall, he turned his head and glanced at the girl in purple who was squatting in front of a bush, sniffing the flowers. Chu Tian soon received a message. He thought it was a reply from senior brother Wang Yang, but after checking it, he found that it was a message from someone he had never contacted before. The message was very simple, only 2 words. "Chu Tian?" Chu Tian was confused, but he soon understood who was sending him a message. There was only one person in the records of his battlefield imprint that he had never contacted before. He immediately replied, "It's me." "What's the matter, Junior Yi?" "No problem." The other side immediately replied. The corner of Chu Tian's mouth twitched. Nothing happened? He thought that Tiger Crossing Mountain had something important to discuss with him. After thinking for a while, he sent another message. "Junior Marshal Brother Yi, if there's anything you need, there's no harm in telling me. If I can help you, I, Chu Tian, will definitely do my best." There was no response. On the other side, Lu Yi was hiding in a tunnel, sensing his own battlefield mark. His expression was inexplicable and his mood was strange. Was this the first friend in his address book? He really didn't understand what was going on in this world. Ever since he had entered the spirit stream battlefield, strange things had happened one after another. Fortunately, after his investigation, he found that his real name would not be revealed when he contacted Chu Tian, which made him feel relieved. Ignoring Chu Tian's reply, Lu Yi swallowed a spirit pill to restore himself. The battle this time hadn't consumed much of his strength, so it only took him half a day to completely restore himself. However, he didn't stop there and continued to take spirit pills to break through the barrier of a certain spirit aperture. He was now a third-order spirit stream realm cultivator, but he had already opened 28 apertures. The extra spirit aperture was the one recorded in the gluttonous meal secret art. He had already cultivated the golden cicada carefree secret art to perfection, so he didn't have a higher grade secret art to improve his cultivation, so he decided to cultivate the gluttonous meal secret art. This secret art was bought for 3 spirit stones and contained 15 spirit apertures, most of which overlapped with the golden cicada carefree secret art. Only 2 spirit apertures were not part of the golden cicada carefree secret arts system. Since he had nothing to do, Lu Yi had been pondering over the gluttonous meal secret art since a few days ago. Now that he had successfully opened one of his apertures, he only needed to open another to see the true face of this secret art. According to the rogue cultivator who sold him the secret art, this secret art could double one's cultivation efficiency, but Lu Yi was sure that he had been deceived. It was impossible for such a heaven-defying secret art to exist in this world, and even if it did, it wouldn't be sold so casually. In any case, the 2 extra spirit apertures were real. Now that he had opened 2 more spirit apertures, he would be able to open 2 fewer in the future when he cultivated a higher-grade secret art. Lu Yi had come to cultivate this secret art with the mindset that he wouldn't suffer a loss no matter what. His spirit chi surged, attacking the barriers of his spirit apertures again and again. Compared to when he had just started cultivating, attacking the barriers of his spirit apertures was much easier now, because he had sufficient spirit chi in his body. As he attacked, the barriers of his spirit apertures were constantly loosening, and he also felt a sore feeling coming from his spirit apertures. After only an hour, Lu Yi felt the barriers of his spirit apertures shatter. The 29th aperture opened. The following matters were simple. If he wanted to operate a set of cultivation methods, he had to let his spiritual energy flow according to the cultivation method's route. However, because the 15 spiritual cavities of the gluttony meal were largely overlapping with the golden cicada carefree technique, if he wanted to operate the gluttony meal, he had to first interrupt the circulation of the golden cicada carefree technique. The 3rd cycle, however, didn't need to be interrupted, because the 9 spiritual cavities weren't part of the gluttony meal's route. Lu Yi had never done such a thing before, but after trying it out, he found that it was actually a very simple thing. The minor heavenly cycle was originally created by the rapid flow of spiritual energy from the 9 spiritual cavities. As long as the rapid flow of spiritual energy was stabilized, the flowing spiritual energy would once again return to the spiritual cavities. Lu Yi tried to make the spirit energy flow again, and in just a short moment, it returned to its original state. Now that he had a plan in mind, he felt much more at ease. Once again calming the first 2 minor heavenly cycles' spiritual energy flows, he waited until all the spiritual energy returned to the spiritual cavities. Then, he began to follow the gluttony meal's route, letting his spiritual energy flow through the 15 spiritual cavities. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Gradually, the flow of spiritual energy became faster and faster, until there was no need for Lu Yi to urge it to operate on its own. Lu Yi suddenly had a strange feeling, and that was that his abdomen seemed to have started to squirm violently. His heart stirred, and he promptly took out a spirit pill and swallowed it. The next moment, the squirming in his abdomen became even more obvious, and his whole lower abdomen seemed to have turned into a millstone. The spirit pill he swallowed was ground by this millstone, rapidly releasing its energy and transforming it into spiritual energy. Lu Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He suddenly discovered that the guy called Churn, he who sold him this cultivation method, didn't seem to be lying. This gluttony meal really could double the efficiency of one's cultivation. Chapter 77. The speed at which the pills were dissolved was much faster than before, and as a result, the efficiency at which he refined the pills would naturally increase. That Churn, he really wasn't lying, no wonder he dared to make a heavenly oath in front of him. However, Lu Yi quickly figured out why this cultivation method was being sold everywhere. The gluttonous meal could double the efficiency of cultivation. At first glance, it sounded heaven-defying, but in fact, when a cultivator took pills to cultivate, they would accumulate pill toxins. Once the pill toxins accumulated, the spiritual energy in the body would become obscure, and the more pills one refined, the more obvious the situation would become. Therefore, after cultivating for a period of time, cultivators would stop taking pills and think of ways to resolve the pill toxins. In other words, under normal circumstances, there wasn't much difference whether a cultivator's efficiency in refining pills was fast or slow. Being slow even had its own benefits. However, Lu Yi was different. He had the innate tree to burn the pill toxins, and when the pills entered his stomach, they would only turn into spiritual energy, which was purer than ordinary cultivators. Therefore, the gluttonous meal's effect of increasing cultivation efficiency was real for him. And the combination of the innate tree and the gluttonous meal was simply a perfect match. Realizing this, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel excited. As a result, he would undoubtedly save a lot of time on his cultivation in the future. However, this also meant that he was destined to walk further and further on the path of cultivation by taking pills. The pill's pill energy was quickly consumed, and the spiritual energy in Lu Ye's body gradually became abundant. Perhaps because of his cultivation, his stomach began to rumble. Lu Yi immediately took out some food from his storage bag and ate it in big bites. Then, he discovered something interesting. His ability to digest food had also become stronger. The 15 spirit cavities of the gluttonous meal were all distributed near his stomach. When the cultivation method was operated, his entire stomach would squirm violently, like a millstone. Under the powerful grinding force, not only could it quickly refine the pill energy, it could also digest the food. After some investigation, Lu Yi discovered that the reason why the gluttonous meal could be like this was not purely because of digestion, but more because of absorption. Only by absorbing would he be able to truly increase the efficiency of his cultivation. In his perception, Lu Yi found that if he connected the 15 spirit cavities according to a certain pattern, he would obtain a somewhat familiar pattern. He thought for a moment, then raised his hand and urged his spiritual energy to construct a spirit pattern. It was the third spirit rune he had obtained, Spirit Gathering. As soon as the Spirit Gathering rune appeared in his hand, it produced an invisible suction force, and the surrounding spirit chi began to flow toward him. The Spirit Gathering spirit pattern was an extremely complicated and abstruse pattern that was constructed with spirit energy. The pattern that he obtained from the Feast of Gluttony was undoubtedly much simpler, but the two should be from the same source. Was it a coincidence? Or could it be that the cultivator who created the Taotai meal cultivation technique had borrowed the structure of the Spirit Gathering runes? The main function of the Spirit Gathering spirit runes was to gather the spirit chi of heaven and earth. If the pill energy was compared to spirit chi, then the gluttony meal was also gathering. However, the gathered pill energy was transformed into spirit chi for the cultivator to absorb. Thinking of this, a vague idea suddenly popped up in Lu Ye's mind, but when he tried to think clearly, he found that he couldn't figure it out. He fell into deep thought, allowing the gluttonous meal to continue under the guidance of an inexplicable force. The surrounding spirit chi of heaven and earth gathered towards Lu Yi, merging into the spirit gathering spirit mark on his hand before dissipating again. However, Lu Yi soon discovered that a portion of the spirit qi of heaven and earth had entered his abdomen. Following the grinding of the gluttony meal, it transformed into his own spirit qi. This made him a little surprised. These days, he had been cultivating using the method of refining spirit pills, supplemented by refining essence into qi. The main reason was that the efficiency of swallowing the spirit qi of heaven and earth was too low. It was very difficult for his body to accept spirit qi. It was as if there was an invisible barrier covering his body, isolating the spirit qi of heaven and earth outside. Even the efficiency of cultivating with the help of spirit stones was not high. Strictly speaking, spirit stones were the condensation of spirit qi. If it was difficult to accept spirit qi, it naturally couldn't accept the power of spirit stones. But now, even though he wasn't cultivating, the gluttony meal actually gathered some spirit qi to grind and refine. This also indirectly verified Lu Ye's guess just now. The person who created the gluttony meal cultivation technique must have borrowed the construction of the spirit-gathering spirit runes. Otherwise, the two wouldn't have similar characteristics. Of course, the spirit qi gathered by the gluttony meal wasn't much. The true purpose of this cultivation technique was to refine things into the abdomen. Gathering spirit qi was just an additional effect. Thinking of this, the vague idea in Lu Ye's mind suddenly became clear. The gluttony meal could gather spirit qi, and the spirit-gathering spirit runes could also gather spirit qi. The two came from the same source. The effect of the gluttony meal cultivation technique was brought about by the joint operation of the 15 spirit cavities, so the focus was on the spirit cavities. What if he added the spirit-gathering spirit runes to the spirit cavities? What would happen? Lu Yi was shocked by this bold idea of his. Although he was only a small cultivator who had cultivated for a few months and didn't know much about the cultivation world, he still knew the importance of the spirit cavities to a cultivator. It could be said that once there was a problem with the spirit cavities, a cultivator's life would be affected. When he obtained the spirit-gathering spirit runes, he investigated the characteristics of this spirit runes. In the end, he concluded that it was trash because his body couldn't accept spirit qi from outside. Even if he activated the spirit-gathering spirit runes, it wouldn't be of much use. However, he seemed to have entered a blind spot in his thinking. The spirit-gathering spirit runes could not only be added to the hands, but also to other places. For example, the spirit cavities. If this idea of his came true, then the spirit-gathering spirit runes wouldn't be trash. It could even become the most useful spirit runes. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was feasible. Lu Yi stopped circulating the Taotai meal technique and switched to the golden cicada carefree technique. Other cultivators didn't dare to add spirit runes to their spirit cavities. The biggest reason was that the construction of spirit runes was complicated. Even the most experienced spirit rune master had the possibility of failure. Once the construction of the spirit rune failed, the spirit runes would explode, causing some damage to the spirit cavities. However, Lu Yi didn't have this kind of concern. He had already grasped 3 spirit runes. Every time he obtained a spirit rune, a large amount of information regarding that spirit rune would be poured into his mind. His construction of spirit runes had never failed before. Even so, Lu Yi didn't dare to make a move on his source spirit cavities. Instead, he chose another spirit cavities. The source spirit cavities were the most important spirit cavities. Once there was a problem, it would be over. If something happened to the other spirit cavities, perhaps there was still a way to remedy it. Sensing the location of the spirit cavities, Lu Ye's mind moved slightly. He urged his spirit-gathering spirit runes to the spirit-gathering spirit runes. However, in an instant, the spirit-gathering spirit runes were scattered by the spirit qi flowing in his body. No, I need to adjust it. I can't add the spirit runes to the spirit cavities. Otherwise, I won't be able to maintain it. Chapter 78. Lu Yi failed again and again, but he wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, He was in high spirits, because every failure was accumulating experience. The most difficult part of engraving a spirit-gathering rune in a spirit cavity was the circulation of one's own spiritual energy. The circulation of spiritual energy would push the rune away. Therefore, if Lu Yi wanted to engrave a spirit rune in a spirit cavity, he had to avoid the impact of spiritual energy. Otherwise, it would be impossible to succeed. However, this would lead to another problem. If the spirit rune was too far away from the spirit cavity, it wouldn't have much of an effect. For example, if Lu Yi engraved a spirit rune on his hand, the spirit rune would gather spiritual energy. However, his body wouldn't be able to accept external spiritual energy, so he wouldn't be able to convert it into his own spiritual energy. In order to maintain the stability of the spirit rune and make it work, he had to find a point of balance. Fortunately, the cost of engraving a spirit-gathering rune wasn't high. This was something Lu Yi had discovered when he obtained this spirit rune. 4 hours later, he still hadn't succeeded. Lu Yi tried to change the shape of the spirit rune. Under normal circumstances, a spirit rune would be a flat surface. Unless one had deep attainments in this field, it would be impossible to change a spirit rune. Although Lu Yi hadn't studied the knowledge of spirit runes, when he obtained these spirit runes, a large amount of information about them would rush into his mind, allowing him to understand the various mysteries of these spirit runes. Lu Yi had the ability to change the shape of the 3 spirit runes he had grasped so far. He only lacked practical experience. He tried again and again until half a day later, a spirit-gathering rune was formed. This time, it wasn't scattered by the spiritual energy flowing in his body. Success! Lu Yi revealed a joyful expression and silently sensed it. He could feel that under the effect of the spirit rune, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth would gather and pour into the spirit cavity, turning into his own spiritual energy. At this moment, the spirit-gathering rune had been transformed into the shape of a hole and was engraved on the spirit cavity. The tip of the funnel poked into the spirit cavity with the smallest margin. In other words, the spiritual energy gathered from the outside world would directly enter his spirit cavity through this small funnel and be converted by his spiritual energy without passing through his body. In this way, whether Lu Ye's talent was 1 leaf or 64 leaves, it wouldn't affect the effects of the spirit-gathering rune. I'm really clever. Lu Yi couldn't help but praise himself in his heart. Although he had successfully engraved the spirit-gathering rune on his spirit cavity and started absorbing spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the rune's effect was limited because it was small. This was only 1 spirit cavity. Lu Yi had now opened 29 spirit cavities. What effect would it have if he engraved the spirit-gathering rune? Lu Yi couldn't help but look forward to it. If this idea could be implemented, then his cultivation in the future would not be limited to swallowing spirit pills. He would also be able to absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth. Not only could he save a lot of spiritual energy of heaven's cultivation resources, but he could also increase his cultivation efficiency. Lu Yi couldn't trying spirit rune. With the success of the first attempt, the second attempt was much simpler. By the time he reached the 10th spirit cavity, Lu Yi could already vaguely feel the effects. By the time he reached the 20th spirit cavity, the effects were even more obvious. By the time Lu Yi had engraved all 29 of his spirit cavities with the spirit-gathering rune, it was already night. At this time, he could clearly feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously pouring into his spirit cavities. Following the flow of his spiritual energy, it was transformed into his own power. The spirit-gathering rune could last for a long time because it continuously gathered spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish itself. In theory, as long as Lu Yi didn't take the initiative to disperse the runes, they would last forever. Of course, in reality, this was impossible. Lu Ye's current state was stable, so the runes could be maintained. However, if he fought with someone, his spiritual energy would flow violently, and it would be easy to destroy the runes. In the end, this was a business without any cost. Lu Yi only needed to construct the runes and engrave them on his spirit cavities at the right time. After that, he didn't need to do anything else, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would be gathered and poured into his body. He could even busy himself with other things now. He just needed to see how much benefit these runes could bring him in a certain period of time. In order to explore this point, he calmed his breathing and focused his mind, perceiving the changes in the spiritual energy in his body. 6 hours later, he came to a conclusion. If the runes of the 29 spirit cavities could last for a day and a night, the benefits they brought to him were almost equivalent to taking a spirit accumulation pill. It wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. It had to be known that there were only 29 spirit cavities, while the total number of spirit cavities in a cultivator's body was as many as 360. If one day Lu Yi could enhance the spirit gathering in all 360 spirit cavities, the benefits would be great. Now that he had a lot of spirit accumulation pills, a supplementary secret art, gluttonous feast, and a spirit accumulation rune, Lu Yi was eager to find a place to retreat and cultivate until he reached the 9th order spirit stream realm. However, what made him feel helpless was that he didn't have a suitable secret art. The golden cicada free art he obtained from Manager Yang could only be cultivated until the 3rd order spirit stream realm. He originally planned to wait until the next market square and go to the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union's sub-union to see if he could buy a secret art. For this reason, he sold 4 pieces of yuan magnetic ore along the way and saved more than 200 spirit stones. But who would have thought that he would be trapped in the heaven-splitting gorge, unable to leave for the time being? This was a little worrying. After thinking about it, Lu Yi raised his hand and tapped on his battlefield imprint, sending out a message. Chu Tian was meditating to recover when he suddenly received a message. He quickly checked and found that it was Lu Yi looking for him. Having learned his lesson during the day, Chu Tian cautiously replied, "Junior brother Yi, what's the matter? Do you have a mysterious grade secret art? Sell me one." Chu Tian was puzzled. What do you want a mysterious grade secret art for? In the corridor, Lu Yi looked at Chu Tian's reply speechlessly, thinking that this guy was an idiot. He patiently replied, "To cultivate." Chu Tian looked at Lu Ye's reply and couldn't help but scratch his head. A moment later, the message was sent back to the Xian Sex station. Wang Yang looked at Xiao Zhu with a surprised expression. "Is the news correct?" Xiao Zhu nodded. The news from Chu Tian should be correct. Wang Yang thought seriously for a moment and couldn't help but click his tongue. Sure enough, it's the style of those big sects. The disciples they send out have to completely rely on themselves, not even preparing a secret art for them. It seems that the secret art he cultivated before was only a yellow-grade secret art. Now that he has reached the peak of the 3rd order spirit stream realm, he needs to change it. Chu Tian is waiting for the letter. How should we reply? It's just a secret art, something that can be found on the street. Just give it to him. Tell Chu Tian to ask him what it is. Xiao Zhu nodded, thinking that these disciples from big sects were quite pitiful. Although her own profound sect was only a 9th grade sect, in the early stages of cultivation, her senior brothers and junior sisters helped each other, so there wouldn't be so many hardships. Right, don't give it to him for free. Those big sects don't like this. Sell it to him and ask for less spirit stones. He's also very poor. Understood. Chapter 79. In the corridor, the very, very poor Lu Yi was counting his wealth. He only had a little more than 200 spirit stones, but he didn't know if it was enough to buy a secret art. If it wasn't enough, he took out the small bell spirit artifact from his storage bag. This was the relic of the 9 Stars Sect's young master, so it should be worth a lot of money. If it really didn't work, he could only use this to pay off his debt. He still had the 9 Stars Sect's young master's storage bag. There should be a lot of good things inside, but unfortunately, he couldn't open it. But then again, many of the profound sect's disciples had benefited from him in the past few days, so it was reasonable for the profound sect to give him a discount, right? Chu Tian sent another message, asking about his subordinate. Lu Yi told him the truth. There was no need to hide it. Moreover, a secret art that suited him was very important. A moment later, Chu Tian sent another message, telling him that he would give him a definite answer tomorrow at the earliest, or the day after at the latest, because it would take some time to send the secret art over from the station. Lu Yi said that there was no problem. After ending the message with Chu Tian, Lu Yi got up and prepared to practice his saber. Although he had been fighting non-stop these past few days, he had never stopped practicing his saber because he could feel that this most basic training was very helpful to him, and this was something that required perseverance. However, before Lu Yi could unsheath his saber, a tiger's roar suddenly rang out. Lu Yi abruptly turned around and saw Hu Po's figure scurrying towards him. Yi, who was monitoring the situation at the other end of the corridor, also ran over. After exchanging a glance with Lu Yi, she hid behind the rock wall. Hu Po ran in front of Lu Yi, turned around, and lowered his body. There was a wound on his body that wasn't too serious, and he roared towards the front. A figure slowly appeared from the other side. Lu Yi circulated his spirit energy to investigate the other party's aura. He made up his mind. If it was a fifth order, he would immediately retreat. If it was below the fifth order, he would kill him without leaving anything behind. But after seeing the other party's aura, Lu Yi furrowed his brow. Judging from the luster of the aura, it was only a second-order spirit stream realm cultivator. But what puzzled him was that this person's aura was very different from an ordinary second-order spirit stream realm cultivator. Not only was it extremely pure, it also gave off a very solid feeling. It wasn't easy to find you. The newcomer stopped 10 feet away from Lu Yi and smiled. In the dark night, his white teeth were extremely conspicuous. The other party wasn't very old. Lu Yi felt that he was 1 or 2 years younger than himself, and his figure wasn't very burly either. However, it was this person who stood there so casually that Lu Yi couldn't help but feel tense. Over the past few days, he had fought many battles with the 9-star sex cultivators. Although he could not accurately judge whether a cultivator could pose a threat to him, he still had a vague feeling. The fact that this second-order cultivator could make him tense up meant that there was something unique about him. Tiger crossing the mountain? Without waiting for Lu Ye's reply, he introduced himself, Boundless Island Luo Ji. Lu Yi immediately recalled that Chu Tian had mentioned this person to him during the day. At that time, he didn't ask what kind of place Boundless Island was, but from Chu Tian's tone, it should be a very powerful force, and a cultivator from such a force must have an extraordinary background. Therefore, after the other party finished introducing himself, Lu Yi took a step forward, unsheathed his long saber, and charged straight at that person. Let's cut him down first. He could kill a 4th-order cultivator as a 2nd-order cultivator, so how could he be afraid of a 2nd-order cultivator as a 3rd-order cultivator? Lu Ye's legs, which had been imbued with spiritual power, exploded with speed. As he closed the distance of 10 zhang, Lu Ye's spiritual cavities let out an explosive sound. That was the sound of the spirit-gathering spirit pattern that he had constructed before shattering under the surging spiritual power. Brute! Luo Ji snorted and raised his hand unhurriedly, pointing at Lu Yi. Bai Zhua! As soon as he finished speaking, a fluorescent light appeared on his finger. The fluorescent light suddenly expanded and turned into a strong white light, illuminating the dark corridor. Lu Yi was instantly blinded by the strong light. At this moment, he felt like he was staring directly at the sun. Even though he closed his eyes immediately, he couldn't help but feel sore and tears flowing down his face. This dog called Luo Ji is so despicable. Lu Yi hurriedly retreated. Earth Spike! Luo Ji shouted again as he lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. In the next moment, An earth spike appeared out of thin air behind Lu Yi and slammed into his waist. Lu Yi, who was retreating, lost his balance from the impact. His spine was sore, and if he hadn't activated his protective spiritual energy, he would have been injured. Ice spike. A cold aura suddenly appeared as Luo Ji pointed his finger at Lu Yi, and a chopstick-sized ice spike shot out like an arrow towards Lu Ye's face. Lu Yi hadn't opened his eyes yet, mainly because he had been caught off guard. Feeling the chill coming from the ice spike, he didn't even think about it and activated his spirit rune to block it in front of him. With a boom, it was as if it was not an icicle that collided with the defensive spirit rune, but a huge rock. Lu Yi was pushed back by the powerful impact, and at the same time, his face hurt. The shattered icicle had left small wounds on his face. Golden arc. Inside the corridor, a golden crescent-shaped slash flew towards the retreating Lu Yi. Compared to the previous spirit runes, this one was particularly lethal. The golden wheel talisman that Lu Yi had once used was based on this golden arc slash. The attacks that came out of the golden wheel talisman were actually weakened golden arc slashes. In terms of power, the golden arc slash released by Luo Ji was even more powerful than Lu Ye's golden wheel talisman. If Lu Yi had been caught off guard by this attack, he would have likely been cut in half. The golden arc slash was extremely fast and arrived in front of Lu Yi in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Luo Ji's mouth curled into a smile. With a loud bang, the golden arc slash was broken by Lu Ye's saber. Behind his saber, Lu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression extremely dignified. The other party was just a second-order cultivator. Lu Yi thought that even if Luo Ji had some kind of trick up his sleeve, he would still be able to take him down, but after exchanging a few blows, he discovered that he was wrong. This second-order cultivator was different from all the other second-order cultivators he had seen before. In the past few days, Lu Yi had killed many 9-star sect disciples and had seen how the disciples of the profound sect fought. Although they would occasionally use some spirit runes, it would take some time to prepare. There had never been a cultivator who could do what Luo Ji did. The other party was able to use spirit runes at will, and his attainments in them were extremely high. It was obvious that he was on the path of Dao cultivation. What surprised Lu Yi even more was that this second-order cultivator's spirit chi seemed to be even richer than his own. Before, he couldn't tell just by looking at the aura, but now that he was fighting, he could clearly see the other party's spirit chi fluctuations. It was definitely not the spirit chi fluctuations of a second-order cultivator. It was even stronger than the fourth-order cultivators he had killed before. Putting everything together, Lu Yi immediately thought of a possibility. This guy cultivates a heaven-grade secret art.